Good morning, everybody. We're going to be trading the QQQ today. Gonna be mute for just a second, though. Alright, sorry for the mute. Good morning, everybody. Um, if my microphone cuts out or anything today, just know that I'm here. Uh, I have the flu really bad right now, and not to get too personal, but it's been making me have to, you know, throw up this morning. Basically got out of bed and just, it's been horrible. So, um, if you hear me randomly cut out, that's why. Okay, so today I want us to get some good movement. Out of QQQ, we have a very large range on the day, just based off of, where the market price is in the pre-market. We have, what, roughly a whole $6 room. I don't want us to get chopped up like we did yesterday with SPY. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Sorry if my voice sounds terrible. I've been sick this morning and yeah, we'll leave it at that. So before we start, let's go ahead and get the rules shared again. And if you need to take a picture of this, write it down, go ahead. It's going to be a pretty bright white screen, so just a warning so I don't flashbang anybody. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, go ahead and write those down really quick. Or, take a screenshot, whatever you would like. Good morning. Okay, I'm gonna take the rules off the screen, so if you want to take a screenshot or anything, last couple seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so today we're gonna be trading the QQQ because we actually want some good movement in our contracts. Now, with the QQQ, we have a pretty good range on the day, and I'm just gonna mark these out just to kind of set the scene of what we're looking for today. If I accidentally end up clearing my throat in the mic, I apologize greatly. I have so much acid in my throat right now, I could barely breathe. Okay, so basically here's our levels, which means that I would like everybody to watch list the 35 calls and the 35 puts, or the 735 calls and puts, because that's what we'll be primarily focused on today. So we have 5 minutes, so go ahead, go to QQQ, go to the options, and add the 375 or 735 call and put to a watch list. The reason why we're doing 735 is because that is where the 5 mile is at, or the 20 mile is at, excuse me. Now again, just to very, very quickly go over kind of the rules. And I'm going to delete this box right here. So the whole goal of the day is to either take short positions. I need to change the template. It's driving me crazy. We're either going to be taking short positions at the top here and topping above the upper Bollinger, or we will be taking calls at the lower Bollinger and taking those to the upside. So that's the entire goal of the day. Okay. Yesterday we had a lot of chop to deal with, but we're going to work to avoid that today. Yeah, so I'll type that out. Okay. Excuse me. Hold on, let me mute my mic 1 second. Sorry everybody, I have the flu, so I have not been having the best morning, and I have a ton of acid in my throat right now, so trying to get that taken care of so that we can have a good stream. Now, on QQQ, we see some bearish structure. With this bearish structure, we see that this range is very likely trying to target this liquidity, okay? So if we're going to have a good short position on the day, likely we're going to be able to pull down pretty hard. But that doesn't exactly mean we're going to be having a bearish day. I'm just targeting liquidity here. We could very potentially pull all the way back up to the high of the day, especially with some of the good news coming out right now. Form a handle and head to the upside. Okay. Currently the market price is at 733.12. Our lower Bollinger is at 732.85. So we should be able to take a call position pretty early on today. Excuse me. Correct. This is just a watch list. So this is like adding the SPY to your watch list, adding QQQ to your watch list. This is not buying the contract. I'm gonna be mute just 1 second, everybody. Well, I typed them out in the chat. It's the add the 735 call and 735 put to the watch list. Reason why we're doing that, because that is where our 20 MA is located. So we have less than a minute until open. Now, I'm not saying buy the calls at open, but I would like you to kind of just get ready to take the position. So I have my hand on the buy button. I'm going to be taking 2 contracts at a time here. Okay. We're going to make it real simple, not overexpose ourselves. But we are waiting for the lower Bollinger today. So I'm going to delete some of these drawings here for a moment. Our lower Bollinger is at the 732.86. Okay, the current market price is at 733.05. So should we be seeing a pull downward? I think that's very, very likely. Okay, market is open and we're going to be very patient. Either we get our pull down and we will take those calls up to the upside, or we will wait. Okay, so we did get the pull down. Go ahead and enter. Okay, so this is going to be our first entry. Now from this entry, we're targeting the middle Bollinger. Going to delete this top part because we don't need it right now. Also going to delete the bands because we don't need it. Now don't keep adding to this position just yet. Okay. Allow it to have some time. So if we're going to continue down further, then we will add more positions. Now with these current positions we have, again what we're doing, we are, hold on, I have to go to the, we're setting a market conditional order, so go sell to close, go to order type, market conditional order, and we're going to put it so that what's our 20 mil? It's at 374.82. So we're going to put our price slightly below that. So 734, and let's do it for 77. Okay, so 734.77. So if the price is greater than that or equal to, it will take your contract. Now for me, with 2 contracts, that means I'm going to have one contract being sold at that 20 month. The other contract, I will try to see if we can get a runner up to the upside. Lower Bollinger is still at our current range, so if we stay here too much longer, will be adding just a couple more positions. But I really don't want people adding heavy today. I just really want you all to focus on the levels. We're gonna go ahead and add one more here. And again, readjust your conditional order to reflect the new contracts. And now we wait. Okay. So again, we have the conditional order set to 734.77. So once we start pulling up, we will be looking for that 20 MA exit. Now I just want to look at the 1 minute time frame and see what's going on. We should start building a little bit of bullish structure here to head upward. We have pretty much grabbed this liquidity range, so I do think it's a time for the bounce to occur pretty soon here. So again, just be very, very patient. Now the HIG is up today, which is a very, very good signal. Our VVIX is up a little bit, but it is at the upper Bollinger currently, which means that that does give the conditions to start pulling downward. Let me get back to QQQ. So we're looking for a little bit of support to build here. Starting to see a little bit. And we will adjust our conditional orders if we continue sitting at this range for too much longer. We are starting to pull above the upper Bollinger though. Even though we're hugging the level pretty tightly, you can see that so far this is heading upward rather than continuing downward. Now I want to see what's going on with this. So inverse cup closed. I don't think they're going to try to take this entire structure out. If they do aim for the bottom of this, then we will add to our calls just very, very lightly. Again, we're only adding super lightly here, just a few positions at a time. If you have a smaller port, then literally only be adding a single position at a time. We don't want to be doing what we saw some people doing yesterday, adding, 20 plus calls at a time. So I'm going to mark the entries that I took. Basically took right in that range. So currently my calls are down. I'm fully okay with that though. If we do head down all the way to the bottom of this liquidity range, then we will add to the calls. We will probably change the strike a little bit. We might take the 734s, but I still think the 735s will be absolutely fine here. Currently my average is at 121. Okay, and I'm just going to add one more position here. Again, we're just adding very, very lightly. We're not overexposing anything. Now for the conditional order, we do need to adjust it quite heavily. So we're going to set that to 730, set to 733.01. And we're very likely going to be pulling that upward. Let me mark this next entry as well. Okay, basically hitting the bottom of that liquidity channel, so we should be expecting a bounce at the worst case scenario. So we are looking for the 20 MA here. Now we should start pulling upward, which will start bringing our 20 MA upward as well. I don't know why that arrow is not working. So we're looking for support to build here. 5-minute time frame still looks great. Now I want to adjust our conditional orders because I was looking at the 1-minute time frame. I do apologize. So set it back to the 734 51. So 734.51. Now our lower Bollinger is still at the 730.46. And this also ties into a great question that someone asked me earlier in the Discord is how do you know when to cut your positions if this is basically, say we're just going to sell the entire day. Okay. How do we know when to cut the positions? Well, how would we know is that you're going to see the lower Bollinger start tapering upward. And if it starts tapering upward and starts chopping in that range right above it, then that's going to be kind of telling us that the movement's really muted on the day. However, again, kind of the same situation that we've seen multiple times. And even looking at QQQ yesterday. Imagine taking calls at the start here, or taking puts at the start here. That would have been really difficult, okay? Because you would have been seeing a whole another $3 upside. Now, I don't think that's going to be the case in our situation where we're going to be seeing a whole $3 downside. However, from those calls, they got one other call entry, and then, or one other put entry, I mean, excuse me, and then they had a very nice sell-off for the remainder of the day. Okay. So buying our levels, um, usually earlier in the morning it's okay to see this type of price action. If this was later in the day, this would be concerning because we wouldn't have time to navigate. But currently, our time frame on multiple time frames, even on our 30-minute time frame, is telling us that we have room to the upside. Even the hourly is telling us we have room to the upside. 5-minute telling us, emphatically we have room to the upside. So we're going to be targeting that 20 mil. I do want to start seeing support building at the bottom here, but not exiting positions, nothing like that. Our VVIX was at 89.87 and is slowly starting to pull down. Okay, we talked about that. It's in the upper Bollinger. Now from the upper Bollinger, it could start pulling down and giving the market a little bit of a reprieve. Now I do want to look at semiconductors because semis are selling off pretty bad. But even on the semiconductor side, we're seeing the call entry open on the 30-minute time frame and on the 5-minute time frame. So should we be seeing a reprieve bounce fairly soon here? I definitely agree. I definitely see that happening. Same with SPY. SPY's having pretty much the first entry of the day so far um, at this current range. And that's for the calls. So I'm very convicted in our QQQ calls making a return. They should do absolutely fine. Now, if semis really want to sink, they can head to this 558. Not looking for them to do that. And let me go ahead and delete this daily time frame signal. But that's something we will mark out. So we are looking for support to start building in this range. Throughout semis, throughout the SPY. SPY's starting to get a little bit of a bounce. Semis, I want to see some bullish structure starting to build in here, but starting to get a little bit of a bounce. And QQQ. Potentially starting to bounce. Now I'm going to do one last add into these QQQ calls. Again, I'm not wanting to overexpose positions. Now, the thing about these calls is that if you look at the watch list right now and you look at the put side, look at how the put side is almost $700 uh, a put right now. Um, I'm expecting our calls to kind of regain a lot of that weight. So we should have very nice calls today. Don't be freaking out about this pushing down or anything. And I do want to show my final entry here. And again, we're just targeting the 20 mil. Nothing crazy. Now I do want to look at semis. They are starting to see a little bit of support building. 1 minute time frame, you can see that starting to pull upward a little bit. SPY, excuse me, SPY, I want to see some support building. Starting to see a little bit of bullish structure in here, but you know, we want to see actual real structure building. Now, the HIG has been selling off just a little bit, but we're going to see if this starts buying up. Because on the bottom side, the HIG was all the way at the 80.15. So it is starting to pull back up. It's at the 80.18. And let's check semis. They're still pulling down a little bit. And our VVIX still tapering here. So I am expecting a pretty large buy to the upside still, even as bearish as the day might be currently. And even if I'm down currently in contracts. Micron is building support, which is very, very important. This is probably one of the biggest ones currently, is that we need to see a Micron building support. Microsoft building support as well. That's very good for us. Meta's holding. That's very good for us. Let's check NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to build a little support in here, so that's very good for us. Semi starting to bounce pretty hard. They went all the way to the 558, currently at the 562. So this is a lot of that Micron bounce. But if Micron bounces, the rest of the market will follow. SPY starting to build a little bit of support in here as well. And QQQ starting to build a little bit of support in here as well. So I'm still very set on our call positions. I'm not exiting. Again, we want to see some upside reprieve, and the algorithms will do that because the algorithms like to trade from the lower Bollinger to the upper Bollinger, and from the upper Bollinger to the lower Bollinger. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. You know, even on a day like yesterday, we saw that. So we are looking for the support. We do have our 3 entries. Okay, and we're just being patient at this point. We're not freaking out, we're not exiting, we're allowing some of this buying to pick back up. SPY still building some support. VVIX still pulling down slightly, which is a very good signal. Semi is building a lot of support, so that's a very good signal as well. And QQQ building some support. So we should be getting our upside move. Now, we do need to adjust the conditional orders, okay, because the 20 mil has pulled down quite a bit. So we did have them set to 734.51. We're going to set them to 733.69. The reason why is because once we start pulling back up, the 20 mil will be pulling back up with us. Okay, and we're starting to see the market buy up a little bit. So this is very good. And with these 3 entries, this should mean that, you know, if you were able to take the multiple entries today, then you will have room for a runner to the upside. So quite a lot of room to the upside today to be taken. Semiconductors here, they were at 595, pulled down all the way at 558. So there's a whole $40 of room in between semiconductors. Very likely we're going to see the market try to buy a lot of this room up. So let's check QQQ. Continuing to build bullish structure at the bottom, so that's very good. So we should be hitting our level. I'm not too concerned right now. We have been seeing the HIG pulling upward. You know, the HIG has been buying upward. So a lot of good signals telling us that we should be seeing, you know, a fairly large buying reprieve. Now again, the put side basically ran all the way to like $9 a put. I'm kind of expecting this same thing to happen out the call side. So really do not shake out today as much as possible. I know it can be really hard entering into some of these positions, um, when there's a massive drawdown like that. However, we're seeing support starting to build. We're seeing a lot of good signals. Microsoft, I would like to see starting to buy upward, but it is at the bottom of a major inverse cup here, which means that we should be seeing a buying reprieve out of Microsoft fairly soon. QQQ slowly starting to buy its way back up. Same with semis. Semis slowly starting to buy their way back up. And same with SPY, so this is all very good. Our VVIX is pulling down to a new low of the day, which is telling us that dealers are very likely wanting to start buying the market up. And let's check NVIDIA and everything. HIG continuing to buy, so that's a very good signal. NVIDIA starting to find a little bit of support in here, but we want to see some major support. QQQ, we have this nice cup formed, looking for a handle to continue heading to the upside. So we are seeing bullish support being built at the bottom. Micron seeing a lot of support being built. It dropped all the way to the 901, is currently at the 926. Sorry, I have not had a chance to look at chat. There's a lot going on right now, so I just want to make sure that we will be getting our upside. We do see this nice cup formed out of semiconductors, so looking for a handle to the upside on that. Our VVIX is still pulling down, which is a very, very good signal. QQQ forming this handle, very likely going to see a bounce from that handle. That is a bullish structure. And our 20 MA is starting to taper out a little bit, which is good. Once we see a little bit further buying, we should actually start seeing the 20 MA pulling back upward. Liquid still buying. Microsoft seeing a little support build. NVIDIA. We really want to see NVIDIA building some support. That's a really big one. Semiconductors still building support in here. So this looks good. And let's check QQQ's levels. QQQ, we are starting to pull away from this lower Bollinger here, which is a good signal. On the 1 minute time frame, we do have this cup and handle starting to form. Looks like this breakout on this handle is getting ready to start occurring, which is very positive for us. So our target on these calls, still perfectly fine. They might be down quite a bit, but I just want you all to remember to look at the watch list and look at the put side on QQQ currently. It's very likely we're going to see a lot of that shifted into the call weight today. So if you think you're down in the current moment, I would not worry too much. These contracts are going to run pretty hard if we're going to be seeing even basically a smidgen of the buying that we're expecting today. Seeing support building on SPY, so that's very good. Let's check semis. Semis still doing their thing, building support. So that's very good. VVIX still pulling down. Well, it did pull up 3 cents, but overall still pushing to the downside today. QQQ, we really want to see this handle take us to the upside. But I want to go back to NVIDIA. We really need to see support built within NVIDIA. That's probably going to be the largest thing on the day here besides Micron, which Micron last I checked was doing very well. Yeah, Micron is still doing very fine here. VVIX pulling up very slightly, but we are starting to get that bounce out of that handle. We do want to start pulling back up above this 730 though. That's going to be, very, very important. We're not going to add yet. Okay. Again, we're only adding when we're underneath the lower Bollinger. So we've taken our 3 entries this morning. I'm very fine with us just holding those currently. Again, I'm expecting these contracts to gain a lot of weight today, even though this morning looks very bearish. Okay, starting to pull above that 730 again. That's very positive for us. SPY still working on building some solid support in here. Semis still building some solid support in there. We're just waiting for the handles to take us to the upside. NVIDIA building support, but we want to see, some actual dollars to the upside, not just cents at this point. Really want us to head back up above that, 212, 213 range. Sorry, I'm trying to look for Microsoft here. Microsoft's starting to build a little support. This might look like an inverse cup, but it's actually not an inverse cup because we have this very large candle down to the downside here. This is actually looking more like a strong double bottom, which is a very bullish signal. Semis, if we can continue getting our bounce to the upside, that'll be very positive for us. VVIX pulling up very, very slightly, but this coincides a lot with some of those handles being built. QQQ still seeing very solid support. As you can see, this cup and handles forming extremely nicely. So, and from that nested cup, we should anticipate a handle to the upside. So our contracts are still red, obviously. But again, if we're going to continue building support like we are, then that should not be an issue. We should be able to exit not just on neutral, but we should be exiting on very, very green today. Again, I'm expecting these contracts to basically run well above the $2 to $3 per contract. So Even if we had a little bit of a tougher open, um, I'm still feeling very, very positive about it. SPY is starting to head upward. Very nice. Our VVIX, I believe, is pulling down again. Yeah, it's at the 89.50. So overall, we should be getting our upside bounce here. Okay. A lot of the structure looks very good. Again, expect a smaller handle on this nested cup before we fully head upward. Now, our 20 mile is at the 733. But I am expecting the 20 mile to start pulling back upward. We have our conditional order set to, hold on. We have it set to 733.69. We're going to set it to 733.27. And again, that's just for the primary exit, but we're 100% leaving some runners today because the likelihood of, going all the way up to the upper Bollinger, especially when we're seeing extremely nice bullish structure at the bottom here, is very, very large. Okay. Now, these contracts currently might be down, but I want you to again look at the put side of the contracts that we're going to take today. I think they ran to like $900 to $1,000 each, something like that. Um, expect a lot of that room to move into our calls if we're going to be getting, the buying that we're expecting today. So should we be able to profit off of our positions that are down currently? I definitely think so. Seeing a lot of buying out of the market. I would like to see semis starting to buy up a little more. And we are going to check. Oh, the Higgs buying up quite a bit right now. It was all the way down to the 1817. Now it's at 1821. So pulling up very, very, very good. This is telling us that market wants up. Just need to start forming some actual support within NVIDIA. And if we could build that support in NVIDIA, we should be able to have a very, very solid day. Seeing this handle forming here on this nested cup, once we get the breakout of that handle, we should be very good to go. Now we have the OBV, which is kind of the same as the ADL. It's basically like a bank account. If you see it going down, money is exiting the fund. If you see it going up, money is, being re-entered. We saw the very large pull down today. We see money now starting to re-enter. We're seeing a little tapering here, but we're expecting that with that handle forming. But we should see a lot of this weight continue to be picked up on the day. Semis, I do want to see a bounce to the upside. That's going to be very important. SPY's building some good structure here as well. QQQ still forming that handle. Now I want to double check the HIG and everything else. HIG is still doing absolutely fine. And our VVIX did pull upwards slightly. It is starting to form this head and shoulders here. Oh, major pull upward. Never mind. So major leg upward in the VVIX, so we need to double check everything. So that still looks fine. Still looks fine. Still looks fine. Has not invalidated the previous cup. And I want to see NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the big one today. Really needs to build some support in here. Micron's still doing very well. And Microsoft's been heading back upward, like we talked about. We talked about this being potentially a double bottom. So far that's looking very nice. As long as we can get NVIDIA bouncing, then the market should pull back upward. Seeing a pretty large move down in the semis again. Has not invalidated the previous cup. VVIX did pull upward all the way to the 89.99. Again, is at the upper Bollinger on the 5-minute time frame. So I am looking for this to pull back down. Again, this should coincide a lot with the handles, but it was a pretty aggressive move to the upside. So we just have to kind of monitor that very, very closely and make sure it's not going to end up continue breaking us down on the day. Micron's still buying upward, so that's good. Microsoft's still buying upward. NVIDIA has just been chopping. QQQ still has not invalidated the cup just yet. Did invalidate that handle slightly, but the cup is still holding strong. Semis need to find some support in here. Let's check the HIG again. Sorry, I have not been looking at chat a lot. I really want to make sure we're going to be getting our upside. Spy still has this cup and handle. QQQ, if we could start getting a little bit of a reprieve from that lower Bollinger on the 1-minute time frame, that'd be very, very solid. NVIDIA needs to stop selling off. We're just going to watch NVIDIA for a few minutes here because we need to make sure Nvidia's not going to continue selling. Out of anything on the market, we need Nvidia to bounce right now. SPY starting to head back upward slightly. Same with QQQ. We just have to be careful of this potentially being a smaller head and shoulders. So we're going to watch for that super closely. Higgs starting to buy back up again. So if that was that handle, then that's looking very fine. Same with SPY here. It is starting to invalidate that head and shoulders structure too, so if we can get it to pull all the way back up to this 751.31, that will be a very bullish thing for the overall market. QQQ starting to buy back upward. And I'm not worried about our current contracts right now. As much as they might be down, I'm really not worried about them in the current moment. If we can get the support out of NVIDIA that we need, then those contracts are going to recover very nicely. Need to see continued buying out of QQQ. Same with the SPY here. Our VVIX is pulling back down again, so it was basically at the 90. It's back down to the 89, 81. Our Hig is still doing well. Microsoft still buying upward. So if we can get NVIDIA to start buying, then we're going to be good. But kind of everything hinges on NVIDIA right now, which is unfortunate. Looking for a bounce out of semiconductors as well. And we're going to check Micron, just to make sure it's doing okay still. A little bit of selling out of Micron. Five-minute time frame shows that it does have room to the upside though, so we should be seeing that upside move. Starting to see a little bit of this upside out of NVIDIA, but again, I want to see this basically pulled back up towards the 212 or above to really show us that we're going to be seeing the buying that I expect us to see. We need to see QQQ invalidate this head and shoulders, so to do that we need to see a cup form. And still just going to watch NVIDIA for a moment. Today we're going for QQQ because we want more movement, which works inversely against us as well if we're going to be seeing a lot of selling. But so far, I'm still okay with our entries. Our entries have still been very good, and we're seeing this taper away from the lower Bollinger, which is telling us that very likely the aim is to head towards that 20 mile. There's that invalidation of the head and shoulders on SPY, so that's bullish. Gonna be mute just for a second, just because I'm feeling a little sick. Just one moment. Yeah, I could fix the box eventually to where it doesn't cover the Bollingers and everything. So we're gonna watch a video for a second. I just need to get some water really quick and be right back. Again, I've been kind of throwing up most of the morning, so um I do apologize, but we're gonna watch the video just for a second while I be right back. Sorry about that, I'm back. Okay, so it looks like the video is selling a little bit, which it's not ideal. We don't want this head and shoulders to complete either. That's not ideal either. Where's VVIX? So VVIX is at the 90.04, so it is basically at the high of the day. It's not a good signal. Micron, still seeing a little bit of selling today. Same with semis. Of course, when we don't play SPY, SPY is the one that gets the good movement. So, with our current calls, I just want to look at this for a moment. If they really want to sell hard, they're going to aim for that. I really don't see them going for that level, but at this point we have to kind of expect that. Um, which means I want to look at a hedge put here for QQQ, so just give me 1 second. So if we're going to head down to this level, this will take us below the 727. So I'm going to hedge a couple positions to the 727 puts. So I'll type that out in chat. It's okay if the calls are down right now. Don't stress out. We will navigate it one way or another. Okay. Just remember yesterday how, some of those calls were down massively and we were able to navigate them to a very, very, very minimal loss. We will do this with QQQ, um, with our current calls, whether it's those hedges helping pay off, but we will find an exit on our calls. That's something I'm sure of. VVIX pulling up. Is that the 9024? Really want to see NVIDIA build some support. That's going to be super important for the day. Micron still selling a little bit. So make sure you have one of those hedged positions. Okay. And no, we're not cutting the calls just because we're pushing down. Because potentially at the bottom of this inverse cup here, we can start building bullish structure to head upward. That's what we're going to be watching for. Now, our hedged puts are doing pretty well. I'm not cutting them or anything yet. I'm basically just going to let them run. So if we're going to have a massive selling day, then these hedge puts are pretty much going to cover majority of our position. Okay. But we are starting to break a lot of that previous bullish structure, which is not good. But even then, I'm still going to be adding a call down at the bottom here. Now this call will be a 732 call. Let me check the price on it. No, we'll just do the 731s. That's fine. So when we get to the lower Bollinger here, I will be adding to these 731 calls. Not cutting my 734s, okay? Or the 735s, excuse me. Even though we're selling off fairly heavy today, there's still a very good chance that we could be buying up later. Again, there's supposed to be some good news coming out of the Middle East very soon. So that could absolutely take the market back up. Not that we're relying on that, but we're still going to follow the technicals. We're still going to enter our entries. But at least we have a downside hedge at this point. Lower Bollinger's at the 725.49. So once we push down to that level, I will be adding some of these 731 calls to the upside. Now currently I'm down about overall $600, which might seem like a lot right now, but I'm really not concerned in the slightest because again, with our call entries, it always comes with hindsight, but these always usually end up paying and being a blessing in disguise. Okay, even with how heavy the selling has been today. Okay. Um, this has held true to me for years and years and years and years and years. I haven't been streaming this, for years and years, but this is something I have been trading for years and years and years. And I stick by these entries very much so. Okay. Because usually we will see that selling weight recovered. Now, a couple things we want to look at are VVIX. Our VVIX has been sitting on this upper Bollinger for the majority of the session. Okay, so kind of like when SPY or something is pushed on the upper or lower Bollinger for a long time, what tends to happen? Usually we get a pretty sharp pull downward away from that level. So what would that mean? That would mean a lot of buying throughout the overall market. We're seeing SPY here still holding its support. This doesn't look very strong, but this is still a cup and a handle forming. This has not completed the inverse cup to the downside, so technically, even though it looks scary, this is still a bullish structure. Semis have pulled down to a new low of the day, but they are starting to pull back up a little bit. So if we could see semis continue regaining their weight, then potentially we could be looking for an inverse head and shoulders to the upside. So I'm not shaking out of my calls. I am looking for an upside reprieve to be able to exit those calls. And we are currently just holding the puts as a hedge. The price of the calls on my average for those are 0.53. If you can't afford the put contract, it's fine. Just sit in the call currently. Again, we don't sell calls at the bottom of the day, and I just really want to highlight this. Multiple different time frames. Okay, we've been pushing downward. 30-minute time frames even showing a bit of a reprieve here. Okay, hourly. We push down to the lower Bollinger. Starting to see a little bit of a reprieve. Excuse me, sorry. QQQ. We push down to the lower Bollinger. Not seeing the reprieve just yet, but the multiple time frames are telling us that this was call buying opportunity. Very likely we're going to be seeing some upside reprieve. Okay. Let's check our HIG and everything too. HIG's still holding strong. Okay. It's currently at 80.18, but this is holding very strong on the day so far. And let's check our VVIX. VVIX is at the 90.26, so still very elevated. And I want to check NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still selling down. So there's that massive gap at the 209.30, which I'm going to highlight something in just a second here. But what happens when each of these gaps gets touched? I'll show you, don't worry, just 1 second. So I'm going to delete this drawing, I'm going to delete this one because I really just want to highlight this for everybody. When these gaps end up getting filled, what usually happens? Push down to the gap, pull upward. Push down to the gap, pull upward. Push down to the gap. This time that didn't pull upward, but this gap has been pushed multiple times. So there was the pull upward there. There was the pull upward there. There was the pull upward there. So what should we really anticipate? Some form of pull upward. Okay, and that's on the video. This is on the hourly time frame. So even though we're writing this very, very bearish head and shoulders downward still, these gaps still come with a reprieve. Okay, because bearish structure still requires that upside liquidity to continue pushing downward. So even from the bottom of this gap, we should be seeing a reprieve out of NVIDIA. Okay, that means that we should be seeing a reprieve out of a large portion of the market. With QQQ, with SPY, with semis, we should be seeing, that large reprieve throughout the entirety of the market. SPY is not invalidated its bullish structure just yet. So we should be seeing a reprieve. Now again, the VVIX is very elevated, but again, it's been holding that upper Bollinger for the majority of the trading session so far. And with it holding that level for so long, it should give us a major reprieve to the downside, which will coincide with that NVIDIA bounce that we're expecting after hitting that 209.30, which it did. It hit the 209.33. Ever since hitting that level, it's been bouncing upward. Doesn't mean we can't pull back down to that level, but we should be seeing some buying out of the market. Now we're going to remove our previous conditional order set. Because currently we just need to start seeing some of that reprieve happen before we can really make some targets here. Especially seeing this hourly gap on NVIDIA. This is telling me we could actually have a pretty big day. Yeah, I definitely think we could have a pretty big day here. We'll see. I want to check Micron, I want to check, or not NVIDIA, but Higgs selling a little bit. It did pull all the way to the 8012, and from then it's been buying back upward a little bit. So if we can continue seeing the buying to the upside, that will tell us that we're going to see the upside reprieve. Kind of same with NVIDIA here. If we continue seeing this upside, then that will carry through the rest of the market. SPY getting a little bit of upside reprieve here. We want to see our VVIX starting to pull down. It did pull all the way to the 90.47. As sketchy as things are today, I am still bullish. I'm still expecting a large chunk of the day to be bought up, which means that a lot of our contracts that we have now would be worth quite a bit. Okay. Um, so that's why go ahead, just remove all of your conditional orders on your calls. We're not going to worry about that right now, because today is a little bit of a different day. But I actually do still see a lot of signals that are telling us that a lot of this selling should be bought up throughout the day. And if that's the case, then we're going to make a lot of money off those calls. So I don't want to cut them early. I don't want to cut them for a loss. Now I want to check NVIDIA. NVIDIA just slowly bouncing. What about Micron? Micron. Micron did drop to 888, which is pretty crazy. It was at 985 this morning. Um, so pretty much almost a $100 move to the downside, which, that really does tell me that people likely want to try to reclaim some of that weight. Okay. Because yesterday the high was 918. So a lot of that higher high from semiconductors was done in the pre-market. So we should be able to start targeting some of that upside as well. But again, we just really do need NVIDIA to bounce. Semiconductors still slowly heading upward. Same with the SPY, so that's doing good. Let's check QQQ. Again, we're not cutting our calls for a loss here because there's a very large potential that today could end up very green. Starting to see some really nice support built in here. Don't worry about the puts. Don't sell those puts. No. These put positions are purely insurance. Okay, so those puts are basically if the car crashes, okay, which means that we'd be heading down quite a bit. If we head down quite a bit, we want those puts to pay out the entire portfolio of calls today. So use them as insurance purely only. Now, if you have multiple positions where you're able to cut a few for profit, I don't mind you doing that. No problem, no problem at all. But focus on using that as insurance rather than trying to just take profit on them. Okay. The worst case scenario would be you take profit and then we end up dumping again. HIG still seeing a lot of buying. Doesn't look like it, but it is. Liquid holding okay as well. Microsoft has just been going pretty nuts today, which is telling us that very likely it wants to claim some of this upside, potentially all the way to the 419, basically that 420 range, which would be, extremely good for our QQQ call position. And we have been pulling away from the lower Bollinger on the 5-minute time frame quite aggressively. We did hit the 725.44. Again, the high of this morning, which this was during the pre-market, but it was at 737.60. Okay. Um, that's a whole $12 downside. I really do believe the market's going to try to reclaim a lot of that weight. We're starting to see a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders building here. So don't shake out of your calls. Again, I really do think that we could be seeing a very, very large buy throughout the day. And that's also why I'm not selling my puts either, just because that's insurance just in case. It's fine if the puts are down. It doesn't matter. They're purely just to catch the downside if we're gonna have a real massive sell-off. You know, QQQ's only down point, 28% right now, which isn't very much. If we go for a whole 1%, 2% type day, then those puts are going to be absolutely paying, very hard. Semi is still holding. And our VVIX has been starting to pull back a little bit, which is a good signal. We want this to pull down. Our HIG is selling just a little bit. Micron's still holding. As you can tell on QQQ, we haven't even touched the 20 mile once today. So the upside reprieve is coming, even though the 20 mile has been pulling down. But this 20 mile is still almost at that 730 range. And if we can build support at that 730, that will create this right shoulder for this bullish inverse head and shoulders. So we are looking for that to occur. Sort of the same amount of semis here. And if NVIDIA could stop chopping, that'd be great. HIG did hit the 80.13. It's back up at 80.14 though. I know 1 cent doesn't seem like a lot, but for the HIG it is. Starting to see some support build again on QQQ. So that's good if we can continue to see it happening. VVIX still pulling down, so that's also positive for us. SPY, we have to be really careful because potentially that could be a double top, potentially forming some sort of wonky head and shoulders. So I do want to see SPY really try to break a lot of this previous bearish structure, even though we still have this bullish cup. This could be a handle forming within that cup. Semi is still finding a little support in here. Basically looking for this right shoulder to continue building outward. Nvidia, I'm looking forward to, grab some support on the day. Micron is starting to grab some support. I know someone told me to check Apple earlier, but Apple's doing good. Apple is, wants to continue heading upward, which is very good for the market. AMD has built, quite a bit of support at the bottom here. So it looks sketchy, but overall I'm seeing, very positive signals. The only thing that we really need to see broken on the day is the VVIX. So if we could see this start pulling down below this 90 range, that would be really positive for our positions overall. We do want to see SPY bouncing here and not pulling down. We don't want to see this bearish structure complete. We want to see some form of bullish structure and validate that bearish structure. QQQ is actually still looking very fine. Nvidia is starting to pull above that 210, which is very positive. It's been fighting that level literally all morning. So if we can get above this 210, start heading to the 212, that would be exactly what we need to see. And again, I'm not putting a conditional order on my QQQ calls right now. There's other factors that I want to see taking place currently. Like for example, I want to see SPY validate a lot of this bearish structure. I want to see Nvidia bounce up to that 212. Basically right in there. I want to see, let's check our semis. I want to see our semis continue building this right shoulder and head upward. And I want to continue seeing the VVIX pulling downward. So a lot of good signals set up. We just need to see them play out to our favor. Not cutting any of the calls, not cutting any of the puts. Not doing anything yet until we see whether our structures complete or break down. It's okay. It's okay if you're down on the calls. Again, when the market is pushing down very, very hard on one side from the very open, usually that's telling you that the dealers are trying to harvest those positions. And we saw that very much so last night. Um, Even though it happened a lot in the after hours, they took all the calls and basically exercised them and ran them up. Um, I'm seeing a lot of that out of today because we have the HIG buying upward. We have Microsoft, Apple, a lot of other major companies buying upward from hitting the low of their day. If we can continue seeing some of this bullish structure actually taking form and completing, like we just talked about, then that's going to be very good for the market. Um, this will completely invalidate the bearishness of the day and turn the day very bullish, um, which is what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for just this 20-mile exit anymore. I'm looking for the day to shift, you know, basically the trend of the session, where we had very heavy selling early on. But remember, kind of like I talked about yesterday, where once we go off-roading, usually the goal is to pull back into the center of this road again. Now, we've been off-roading for the majority of the morning. QQQ showing us it's starting to pull back in that center. But a lot of these other symbols need to do the same, including our volatility. So our volatility has been riding the top the entire day. It should be giving us some downside reprieve, which is overall a very positive thing for the market. So we're just looking for either this massive breakdown or massive breakout. Now, I'm still very heavily in favor of seeing this upside. Okay, I still heavily believe that we will see this upside. Um, so that's why I'm still holding on to the calls. Even if you don't have that put position, I still think the upside today is very large, and it's worth holding that call, just because we've been so heavily pushed into the lower Bollinger on the day. Looking for a little bit of a pull down in QQQ to finish this right shoulder, or for us to pull back upward and just complete this cup. Okay. Working on this right shoulder on semis, which is very positive. And I want to check NVIDIA and Micron. NVIDIA having a little bit of a sell down again, but we'll see if that's just a smaller handle trying to create more liquidity to the upside. Yep, the middle Bollinger is the exact same as the 20 mile. How negative am I on my calls? My initial calls are down 86%, which I'm completely fine with that. My current calls, the 731s, are only down 4%, and the puts are up 31%. So, not the worst, okay? Correct. So either the calls are going to take the day or the puts are going to take the day. Now, we've been selling for the majority of the morning, even though the selling signals still haven't been super strong. Our HIG is pulling down a little bit, but the selling signals haven't been super strong. The only thing that we've been seeing is really just the VVIX pulling upward slightly. But again, this is still in a very positive range. Being below this 90, basically being below this 92 range. My levels have shifted in here, but being below the 92 means that dealers really aren't hedging the downside a whole ton. Um, and with some of the liquidity we're seeing built here, I really do believe we could be seeing a major upside. So even if you don't have the puts, I would still be holding on to the calls currently. The calls will just entirely outweigh the puts. So even if the puts kind of like drop to basically zero, if that move happens, then the calls are going to be worth a absolute boatload. Okay. Um, so don't worry about the put positions. They're literally being used as an insurance. So if we have a full breakdown on the day where we have, QQQ basically being down negative 1%, something like that, then those puts are going to pay heavily. Now, I know that's not good news if you don't have the puts, but I'm still leaning to the upside on the day. Um, we just really need to see NVIDIA build some support. That's basically the main thing out of the day here is that is NVIDIA going to build support or is NVIDIA going to really just start losing its level? Same with Micron here. NVIDIA is pushing down a little bit more. Semiconductors potentially creating that right shoulder. And SPY is not building the best structure, so potentially can be heading to the downside. If we break this level, if you don't have any puts, then, I'm going to just have you exit those calls, even though it really burns me to say that because it's like, these are still my entries, so I wouldn't want you to exit where I usually enter calls. Um, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me to do that. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. Um, for the new viewers and everything. I know we're having a little bit of a tough day here, but again, I still don't want people exiting those calls really. I really do think that we could be getting the conditions for a big bounce here, and I would absolutely hate for that situation to be kind of like what was that guy yesterday, Corey or whatever, where he was down massively and he would have been positive on the day, or, at least neutral on the day if he just held those positions. Um, Same situation here. When we're so pushed down, when we're pushing constantly into this lower Bollinger like we have been, which on QQQ we're starting to taper away from that, so that's great. But with us sitting here on the lower Bollinger the entire session, this is telling me we should be seeing some upside reprieve soon. Okay, we're starting to build some bullish structure, which can look a little misleading, but it's still enough to tell me that potentially we can be heading upward, in a pretty major way. The only issue is really the VVIX here. Um, the VVIX really needs to pull down. Yeah, and I agree with that too, Wonders. It's we have to play for the potentials, and unfortunately, they're not always going to work out. Um, I'm not saying today's not working out so far, because I still really do believe in the upside. But um, we trade for the potentials, and with our entries, um, we have to follow our mechanics to the T. If we don't follow the mechanics, we will get burned in the end. And so, do I really want people to exit their calls when it's, basically at the lower Bollinger? Ideally not, because again, that's when we enter calls. Um, that's when we start expecting that massive upside bounce, even if it looks sketchy. So try to stay emotionally strong, okay? I know it's not easy on a day like this, but let's see if we can really truly get our bounce here. And again, I'm not cutting my puts down here or anything. I'm literally letting them ride. I will let those burn to zero because either we're going to have a massive pull down in the day or we're going to have our massive reprieve bounce. So I'm not too concerned about that one way or another. Now, if we could see this bounce out of this right shoulder, that would be very, very good. That will require NVIDIA to bounce, okay, which NVIDIA's been fighting us all day. However, one thing to look at is on our OBV, which is basically the ADL, which is basically like a savings account. So we saw money being extracted all morning, all morning, all morning, but we're starting to taper out here a little bit. Okay, not exactly see upside, but we're seeing tapering in this massive selling. Now, tapering could be a good signal. It doesn't, always equate to a good signal because this can taper and still drop. But tapering at this level is saying that, okay, at least people are not pulling funds out constantly now. So from the taper, that's how you do get back to the upside. So if we are going to be seeing a bounce out of NVIDIA, this tapering on the OBV is super, super ideal. Okay. We have Microsoft here forming a cup. So that should be very good as well. This right shoulder still looks okay. So if we can get NVIDIA to bounce, then we should get our bounce. This right shoulder on semis also looks okay. Our VVIX is at 90.21, so it is pulling up a little bit again, but remember, it's been pushed up against the upper Bollinger the entire session, so I do expect it to give us that reprieve. Basically, I want to see large buys out in NVIDIA though. Um, that's really going to be the decider of where we head today, is if NVIDIA continues to break down or if it bounces off this level. Now, again, each time it's hit this trend line, where it's hit these previous gaps, it usually finds upside buying. Okay, so we are looking for the same thing to occur here. Not worried about the contracts getting chopped up or anything right now. I just want to get our move. And either that move is going to be a major, major breakdown, or we're going to have that massive bounce that we're kind of anticipating. So, not selling anything yet. HIG did go to the 80.11, and it's back up to 80.13, which, again, any form of buying in HIG is telling us that big money is seeing upside in equity. Okay, so that upside in equity usually doesn't coincide with a major sell-off. Um, so if we could start seeing our support built, if we could start seeing these right shoulders starting to have their bounce, then this is going to be extremely good for our call positions. Okay, so that's what we're looking for currently. I know it's been kind of a sketchy morning, but really just trust the technicals. Let's let the algorithms do the work they need to do. I do believe they're trying to shake out a lot of call and equity positions on days like this, but we have to. So the two puts that I had cost me 106 per. So I'm assuming you have probably the 527 puts, which is totally okay. What call positions do you have? Starting to see a little bit of a bounce here, so if this right shoulder is going to bounce, this is going to take us up very large on the day. So that's really what I'm looking for currently. And I want to check NVIDIA and Micron just one last time. NVIDIA, we want to see a bounce back up basically to this 212 range. That would really help solidify that upside. Micron, basically we want it to bounce up like 20 bucks. There's a lot of room on Micron to move today. And also, we are supposed to get some good news out of the Middle East today too. So, not that I'm trying to rely on that, but that is something that can be potentially a very positive catalyst for us, especially with how heavy the selling has been this morning. Now, the good thing is that we haven't been really pushing down too much further. We've been basically, we had that major push down, pulled back upward, pushed down a little bit further, and now we're seeing, what looks like to be a reprieve so far. So we haven't been really breaking this level. Um, Technically, the bottom supports here are pulling us upward. So we're just looking for the selling to taper off. From this tapered off selling, we are looking for the upside reprieve. And we even see this in the OBV on QQQ. It has been pulling down, but we're starting to taper in this range. That taper is how you get to the upside. And on the OBV for NVIDIA, we're actually seeing it starting to pull back up. Okay, so that's a very good signal. QQQ, today's the type of day where once we get the actual buying that I expect us to get, we should basically pull up almost to the high of the morning. So if I can find QQQ, sorry, I'm a blind man. So where's a lot of this liquidity? Okay, right in here. We have a ton of liquidity in there. So I expect us to really start pulling basically back up at the worst case scenario to that 733. Now, once we start building the bullish structure and heading back upward, this can turn into a very large cup to the upside. which means that we can head all the way up to that 7, excuse me, that 738. So from where we're at right now, potentially we still have a full $10 upside on the day. May seem unreasonable, but the levels are there. It's telling us that technically all of this selling can be filled up on the day. So for example, on NVIDIA, we could pull all the way back up to that 215. Okay. Um, Especially now that we're seeing a lot of this selling starting to taper out. Tapered out selling usually leads into fairly large buying. So I am looking for a very large upside today. We need to see our VVIX really defeated though. It's below the $90 range again, which is a positive signal. So I'm not selling any of the calls, not selling any of the puts. We're just going to be very, very patient. So Shane, I'm not feeling emotional right now. I might sound like it. I'm sick right now. I've been throwing up all morning. Um, I actually feel not emotional about this right now. Now, our entries, we did take very good entries today. We did take our entries based on our rules, and we're gonna follow those to a T. Um, so I disagree with the vibe trading. We have been taking the entries at the times that we talk about. Can I check 521 on SPY? Hold on. Let me go to the SPY. There's 521. Um, Kind of the same type of price action where we were sitting in the lower ranges for the majority of the day, then pulled upward. So I do disagree with the vibe trading. We are not doing that. Oh, I feel basically I just feel nauseous. Um, but I took an anti-nausea and took an anti-acid and everything, so it should be kicking in fairly soon. But I really want to stay until we get our upside bounce. Um, because again, I truly do see that we should get that upside bounce throughout the day. Hig is pulling down, did hit a new low, which obviously is not a good signal. NVIDIA really doesn't have a lot of good structure here. This can be a smaller head and shoulders on the 1 minute time frame for QQQ. And let's check our VVIX. It is at the 90.04, but it hasn't had a major leg upward or anything off this move yet. So I'm super confident in the upside bounce because simply when we see massive pushes to the downside like this, where it just continues to ride the lower Bollinger, that's how we get upside reprieve, and we can go to pretty much any session. Yesterday was a good example, all except in the opposite direction. We were buying pretty much the entirety of the morning, sitting at that upper Bollinger, and then we had that massive sell-off. Okay. Day before had good price action. Now this Thursday I talk about a lot. This was still one of my largest wins I've had. I was entering back here. Um, basically at this, well, this was on SPY, but QQQ and SPY are sharing the same pattern here. But on SPY, I was entering basically at 741, and it pulled all the way up to the 745. So my puts were basically a whole $4 out of the money. Ended up pulling down and having this massive, massive sell down, and my puts ended up being worth a boatload. So when we see the market really just sitting on one end for a really long time, it kind of creates the conditions where people start buying calls, they start expecting that upside bounce, and it creates that upside bounce because of that. Um, yes, can we continue selling throughout the rest of the day? Absolutely. The market can do whatever it wants, but based on our signals and based off of, the previous trading days we've done, I always buy into these types of moves and I will hold those positions because usually we will get some very adverse reaction and a lot of these contracts run in the money. Okay, so that's kind of my thesis on that. I know not everybody's going to agree with that, but that's just how my strategy, that's how I trade my strategy. Really looking for these calls basically to hold a neutral or make a profit on the day. Um, Even with this downside selling. Now I want to see Nvidia because Nvidia is still struggling. Yep, so even with the daily trend, um, the only thing that we have weighing against us on the daily trend is that semiconductors were in their upper Bollinger day 2 today, which means that we should see a higher high into downward consolidation. Well, we saw that higher high. Unfortunately, it was in the pre-market, but our next level would be the 5 mile. Now, are they going to pull all the way to the 5 mile today? They absolutely can. The 5 mile is currently at the 541, 27. So can they pull this down a whole nother $12? Absolutely. It's semiconductors. They can absolutely do that. Um, but that's a very, very large move to the downside, and I'm not seeing the signal strong enough for that yet. Um, for example, I know someone said that HIG isn't a good indicator, but it is a really, really good indicator. The fact that we're not seeing this drop below this 79 range, or this 80 range, does allude to strength. Okay, because HIG would be absolutely dumping if there's going to be a massive sell-off. Um, which for me is telling me, okay, we had a little bit of a sell-off this morning. HIG's holding fairly strong. Our VVIX is holding at that 90 range, but not really pulling up too much at this point. We're not really hitting new lows of the day. We're still holding fairly strong at this range, even though it's been chopping, um, it still becomes that range where these are the conditions where we can get a very big bounce to the upside. And that's why I'm so, convinced that we will get our upside bounce. Because it's not like we're seeing selling continuing to push us downward on the day. I mean, even if you look at the volume right here, look at Nvidia's sell volume. It's just been dropping, 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 and tapering out. So what happens when the selling tapers off? Well, the machines, the algorithms are going to start buying. So that's what I'm targeting. Might seem unreasonable, but based off of my trading style and everything, I don't think so. I think it is very, very reasonable. And I think that we have a lot of reasons to hit those levels. Even semiconductors still holding that right shoulder liquidity. SPY did push to a new low of the day. So far back up a little bit. Hold on, I'm trying to look for NVIDIA here. But basically this is the biggest one for me today, is that if NVIDIA can bounce, which again we've been seeing huge tapering in the selling, if that tapering continues, this will turn into buying. Upside buying in NVIDIA is going to carry the entire market, from the semiconductors to tech. So there's a lot of upside to be had. So it's not based off the premium, remember. Yes, the theta is the gross one, and theta is the one that's really getting us in the current moment, besides the actual price. But once the strike price starts hitting back up to the actual levels, then a lot of those Greeks working against you start working for you again. Okay, so that's really what I'm looking for, is that for us to regain a lot of the value on the day, and for us to really pull some of these contracts back into the money and massively profit. Again, if we can get this bounce out of NVIDIA, those QQQ calls that are currently in the dumps are, could easily run to 300, 400, you know, something plus each contract. Would absolutely pay off what's going on right now. So I would not be cutting those calls. Even as sketchy as things look, um, if we can get this bounce out in NVIDIA, the whole market will bounce and our calls will very, very much so do very well. So I'm not concerned about that aspect. Everybody moving into that SpaceX or IPOs is going to get so hardcore burned. So SpaceX is basically like three different companies, and the only one that does remotely good is Starlink, which I wish Starlink was its own company. If Starlink was its own company, I would be buying into that like no other. Um, but the SpaceX side of it just absolutely burns money. Okay. Um, and then there's also, I think they have the XAI attached to that as well, but I'm not entirely sure. There's another third part of the company that just absolutely hoses money. Um, but Starlink is, top notch. One of the best companies in the world, hands down. So there's that duality to where you have a package that is going to be overvalued at first. Okay, I guarantee you when you have a IPO opening up at what I think they say 1.5 trillion, something like that. Um, that is absolutely overvalued in the beginning. They're also changing a lot of the IPO rules to be able to offer a 30% stake instead of just a 15% stake during the IPO process, which means that they're going to be absolutely dumping shares onto retail. Okay. That doesn't spell, a lot of good things, but there will be a time to buy SpaceX on a dip, and I think that'll be a very good opportunity because, again, Starlink is easily one of the best companies in the world. Well, it's not just the internet, it's a whole telecommunication company. It's government funded. It's, not just by our government. It's funded by multiple first world governments. Um, they own most of the satellites in orbit right now. You didn't send me a text, Pat. We are starting to see this bounce out in the video though. So we just need to see it fully complete and it should really start carrying a lot of the weight into QQQ and everything. So again, that's really why I'm not worrying about my calls right now. I'm just letting it sit, letting it do its thing. Might be very choppy, but these are the type of days where you see basically the whole selling bought up. Um, and I want you to think about that. What happens if we just get back to neutral on the day, right? What happens if we just get neutral on the day? Not saying green, not red, just basically zero. Well, that's going to pull all of our contracts very close to in the money, and our 731 contracts will be in the money. They will be in the money by a whole $2, um, which that makes those contracts worth quite a bit. So is there a very large possibility for us to not just make money, but to recoup a lot of the current calls that are down right now? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the type of price action that can happen in. Okay. We're seeing major tapering in the selling. We've already identified this. As you can see, the selling has just been taper, 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 taper. We're seeing the OBV. Yes, it was pulling down, but now it's starting to pull back up again after tapering. NVIDIA, let's check NVIDIA. NVIDIA. It's above the 210. So if we could start getting to that 212 range. And again, NVIDIA was at 214 at open. So what is $4 of upside potentially going to do for the rest of the market? It's going to absolutely rocket the market. Once the market starts heading upward and we start getting some of this actual upside movement that we expect, and also look at the OBV on SPY. We had that major sell down and then it's just been taper, 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 huge buying. Okay. Um, this can turn very positive very quickly. And this is why we're not selling our calls. Okay. These are all 0DT contracts that I have currently. I'm not worried about the theta right now. Um, It's still very early in the day, so not too worried about the theta right now. If that's going to really kill our contracts, that means we have to sit here and chop pretty much the rest of the session. Alright, Pat, what did you send me? Oh, do you have a Starlink? That's so cool. Apparently it's super good internet and everything too. Some of the best you can get. If we didn't add calls, can we do now? It's not within the ideal time. Um, the call adding moment is when we're underneath the lower Bollinger. And this goes back to the vibe trading comment someone made. We are not vibe trading today. Okay, and because of that, we really need to wait for the lower Bollinger to enter calls. Um, it's up to your discretion if you think and if you believe in the upside bounce, because we're still at a very low range of the day. Um, I would try to wait for a pull down a little bit, but I can't, you know, disagree a whole lot if you went and got a couple of the 731s at that point. Nvidia continuing to bounce. We're seeing the OBV curling back upward, so this is good. If we could see this pull all the way back up, that'd be very, very awesome. And I want to check Micron. Micron's doing very good. You see how it pulled down very heavily on the OBV, pulled up, down, and now it's just starting to trend back upward again. So that's looking very promising as well. Nimble, I would call them right now and tell them not to exercise. Now, it's crazy that they don't give you the option to do that through your brokerage because I know Webull does. Um, and I personally set mine not to do so. But you should absolutely be calling Fidelity and telling them to not exercise 0 DTs. But that's why I'm seeing a lot of this potential upside today, everybody. And I know it looks very sketchy, but you know, I do see a lot of reason that we could be seeing a lot of buying to the upside. Now, our VVIX still hovering around this 90 range, but if we can get it to really break below this 20 MA and head downward, that would be very positive for us. Semiconductors still holding fairly strong. QQQ still holding fairly strong. This right shoulder liquidity still holding very strongly as well. Did not invalidate the prior range. Nvidia, we do have a little bit of a cup formed here. So from that cup, we should expect a pull down to a handle to the upside. So we will be watching for that, especially when we're seeing the OBV starting to curl back upward. And Higgs still looks really good today. It may not look like it, but even on the OBV, we see the major selling at first, buying, 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 a little bit of selling, and now it's buying back up. Um, Now I do want to check Micron. I want to check NVIDIA. NVIDIA still looks very strong. Micron, I would like to see a little more strength. However, there is a couple good things here. We do have this cup, which potentially is forming a handle. However, this can be an inverse cup forming that inverse handle to the downside. So we just have to watch that very closely. But I am expecting this to kind of bounce with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has the same cup and handle structure built on it. So if NVIDIA has that bounce, very likely we'll see the bounce out of Micron as well. Bitcoin's been buying upward ever since the morning selling. So that somewhat alludes into we should be seeing some equity buying. So we're gonna watch NVIDIA just for a second. I need to go get some water. Um, even though I'm feeling a little better, but not fully out of the woods yet. But what we're looking for here, again, is this bounce in this handle on this cup and handle on NVIDIA. Okay. If we get our bounce here, this is going to be a very positive signal. This will most certainly take us up to that 211 to 12 range, which will very, very greatly help the market. Okay, so still holding all the positions, even if it's getting eaten away by theta a little bit. Not too worried about that right now. Either we're going to be getting the massive breakdown on the day or the pull upward. Do I think SPY did a huge cup and handle? Let's check. Let's check SPY. This could be right here. You know, this absolutely could be, and it hasn't been invalidated yet either. Okay. We would need to pull down that range to fully invalidate that cup. Now, for this bigger cup, okay, and looking at this, this is the hourly time frame. We have not invalidated this previous cup, which could be a small handle on the larger cup here, okay, to push upward. Um, or we could truly see, you know, a further breakdown to build more liquidity within this much larger cup. I'm not really expecting that yet, but let me go ahead and check SPY's daily levels. So the upper Bollinger is at 757.73. The 5 mile is currently at the 745.91. Now we just tested the 5 mile. What's today? Wednesday. We tested the 5 mile on Friday. So technically we don't need to test that level for another 2 to 3 sessions. That doesn't mean we don't come down and take that level today though. So I do want to watch NVIDIA. Because again, we're really waiting for NVIDIA to have that upside bounce. So I'm gonna go get some water really quick. I'll be right back, but we'll watch NVIDIA and see if it's broken down or bounced by the time I'm back. So I'll be mute for a couple minutes. I'm gonna write a note though. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so just to go over some of the stuff in the chat, Shane, you definitely have a correct mindset, but I do disagree saying that this is just a lotto. Now, again, I could show you literally hundreds of examples of where when we enter at our lower Bollinger, that creates a good entry. Even on crazy selling days like this, um, the algorithms sell for a reason, okay? It's either to shake positions out or there's just actual selling going on. Now, have we identified actual selling going on? A little bit, but not entirely. We have our Higgs still holding strong. This is still telling us that corporate credit is still holding fairly strong. Um, and if corporate, the high yield corporate bonds are holding strong, then there's not going to be a huge sell down. Um, And we've also been seeing with our VVIX, let me go ahead and check back to it, has pulled up a little bit today, back into the upper Bollinger, but again, if anything, that creates a cup handle, and then on that handle we can redetermine things. Looks like SPY broke down a little bit. QQQ didn't exactly fully break down, but it's selling a little. NVIDIA is still building bullish structure. We have a very nice double bottom formed here on this potential handle. Hold on, I need to go see, check my daughter really quick. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Sean. We probably should have, let's talk about that, right? When we had this first entry, could have we taken a put to the downside? Absolutely, you know? Um, we definitely probably should have. And I don't disagree with you on that there. Maybe that's something that we should start doing with our entries here, is that each entry we just simply take it out of the money put if we're going to be on the call side, for example. Same with like the put side. If we're going to be taking puts on the top, we can always take a cheap call hedge. And that way, if we do have some crazy sell-off or crazy buy-up, then those hedges would have been worth a lot of money at this point. So Shane, you're absolutely right. Um, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Now with buying early, I know a lot of people say wait 15 minutes. I never do. Okay, a lot of my large wins comes from those very early trades. There's a lot of times where we'll finish our whole trading day within pretty much the first 45 minutes. Um, I'm entirely okay with buying the open. It has to be up to you. And the thing is, I might have my rules. Hold on just one second. Sorry about that. I had my wife come in. Um, Shane, you literally just took the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna say is that this strategy works very well for me. Okay, this strategy works extremely well for me, and I've had a lot of success with it. Yesterday I had a loss of 240. About a month and a half ago, I had a loss of $8. I usually do not lose very much with this strategy at all. I have not compiled the actual win rate, but I would say it's well above 90%. Now, with that said, I do have a big enough port to be able to handle a lot of this downside. I do have the experience to be able to psychologically handle a lot of this downside. If you don't have a big port, this can be absolutely decimating you. Okay, and Shane is 100% correct about that. Um, and it's very valid. Okay, so it is something we will start going over more. But with my current strategy, we did not do that. Um, in hindsight, we absolutely should have, and from now on, I'm going to take Shane's opinion and advice. I'm going to start suggesting pretty much hedging every single position we get now. And I'll line those out ahead of time. But again, with my current strategy, with how I trade, this has worked very, very, very successfully for me. Okay. Um, but we need to make it so it's not just successful for me. Okay. We need to make it so that it's successful for even the most novice of traders, which means that taking a cheap hedge would have definitely been the right call today. Now, let's just kind of go over everything before I make any determination. We have our VVIX still very elevated. Okay, we talked about this cup forming this handle. This handle can take us back upward. Um, Upwards within VIX tells us we're going to be heading downward in the overall market. So that's one bearish signal. Okay, we're just going to kind of measure our signals together right now. We have our HIG. It has sold a little bit today, but when it's above this 80 range, it's still very, very strong. And this is something that is just historically that way. You know, when it holds above the 80, and it used to be the 79 during last year, but when it holds above this 80 range, it's extremely, extremely, extremely strong. Okay. So right now, this is telling me that equity weight is still somewhat holding. Okay, so that's not exactly a bullish signal, not exactly a bearish signal. It's just kind of, okay, equities are holding their weight. Okay. Then we look at Nvidia. Nvidia's been chopping, you know, sold off this morning, chopping. However, I do see some bullish structure building on the 1 minute time frame, which is something that we've been looking for. But if this continues chopping for the rest of the session, then what's going to happen to our calls? You know, they're going to basically just turn to Play-Doh, right? Um, with QQQ. It's still really hard to say if this is trying to form bearish liquidity or bullish liquidity. So we'll come back to that in a couple minutes. SPY definitely did push a new low. Okay, it did push below this inverse cup that we were talking about. However, from the bottom of an inverse cup, we do expect bullish structure. Okay, so even though we had some selling in the day, this is a bullish signal for me. Okay. Now I want to look at semis. Semis sharing a lot of the same structure with NVIDIA, which that's, going to be expected. NVIDIA and semis run pretty much together. But at a micron, we're seeing, this inverse cup and handle being invalidated, which means that bullish structure is to come. Now, what does that happen, or what does that really look like on micron? Well, first that's going to take us probably back up to the 930 something. Okay, so we have about, a $17 upside on micron right now. And that's just for the first stop. Okay, so this is telling me this is bullish. Okay, we also have this cup formed here. We should be expecting a very small handle, which means slightly more chop is to come before the full breakout. Okay, so this is a bullish signal for me. Micron being bullish is very, very good, and NVIDIA being bullish is very, very good. It looks like we're about to get the breakout above this consolidation range, which means that we have a lot of liquidity to grab right in here. Okay, that's going to be very bullish for the market. So we do have mixed signals throughout the day, but I still see the bullish upside. What time should we get concerned about the calls? So for me it's 9, so that means there's still a whole 4 hours of trading. If we don't get any form of move in the next hour, and I'm talking like some real upside, then we're going to completely reevaluate those calls. Okay, but we're gonna watch the next hour and see how this goes. Just because I do see some conflicting signals, I do see some potentials of still that upside through semiconductors. NVIDIA really starting to pull upward, sharing a lot of that same structure with Micron, which of course they're going to. But with this cup, we should expect a very small handle before breaking into this level. If we can see continuation of that, that's going to be very, very good for the market. Microsoft, I want to look at the larger time frame. Microsoft looks pretty choppy. This large inverse cup did not close. And potentially we are forming a cup and handle there. Daily time frame, so this price action won't happen today, obviously. But that does kind of allude to continuing upward. So we'll watch Microsoft, but we should be seeing some of that weight regained. So it's hard for me to sell my calls in this current moment because of that. For QQQ, we're not exiting at this 20 mo, because obviously it's literally in the dumps right now. our QQQ exit is going to align with what happens with NVIDIA and Micron. Okay, if NVIDIA and Micron break out and start claiming some of this lost ground, then we're going to reevaluate where our QQQ exit is. Okay, I know that might sound vibe trading, but I want to see some actual bullish structure being built here. Okay, I want to see some actual breakout. I want to see, you know, not just us exiting just at the 5 or at the 20 mile or even at the upper Bollinger, because that's not really a very quality exit right now. Um, Especially if we're going to get the bullish price action that I'm potentially seeing. That means that we'd very well go above the 730 range again, and that means that any exit that's currently present within the technicals is really not going to be too valid. Um, but with that said, that does mean that if we push to the lower Bollinger again, we could take calls to the 727, take some profit on those, exit at the 20 mom. Smaller trades, but there's still movement in here. There's still multiple dollars of movement in here. If we pull back up to the upper Bollinger here, what's this going to do? Hold on. If we pull to the upper Bollinger here, that is going to create this cup, and from that cup, we can get a short position down to the 20 mom. From the 20 mom, we should see our calls continue to gain traction. So there's still trades to be had in here. We don't just have to continue writing and not making profits during this. Okay. But Shane is right. Um, and I think from now on, we will just hedge literally every single position we take 0 DT, even if it's just a super cheap hedge. So I do thank you for that, Sean. I think it's very valid. So the Bollinger Bands are the length of 20, width of 2, and closed. Okay, so that's the indicator setting. I'll just keep that on the screen for just a second here. Okay. We're seeing our OBV on semis pulling up very heavily. That's a, very bullish signal. We're seeing that somewhat on QQQ, which that is a bullish signal. We're seeing this very much so on NVIDIA, which is a bullish signal. And let's check our VVIX. This needs to sink, okay? This really needs to drop below this 90 range to really signify that, the dealers aren't hedging positions to the upside. Now, I do want to look at our HIG again because we should be seeing buying within the HIG. It did drop to 80.08. It's currently at 80.11. So seeing a lot of this upside bouncing. Again, we have far more room to go if we're going to be actually having the upside bounce that we're expecting. And again, with this cup closing, this does create a little bit of a short position to the downside. But overall, this should be bullish liquidity. We identified that double bottom, which turned out to be very good. And we should start really reclaiming a lot of this lost weight on the day. Okay, that's really what I'm expecting to happen. And that's a big reason why I have not sold the calls. So what would make me say that this isn't looking good is if we were seeing the Higgs selling off, if we were seeing our volatility really starting to rise, and I'm talking like pushing above that 92 range where it starts getting into um, that cautionary area, we're not really seeing that. We saw a little bit of a sell, and then we saw basically it being held. Okay. Now, that being held can be very dangerous because they can do that the entire session. And if they do that the entire session, your calls and puts are just gonna turn to Play-Doh. But um, I'm seeing a lot of potential signals that we could be buying the upside here. And I won't say I'm right until we actually fully get our upside. Um, yes, we're getting a little bit of a reprieve bounce right now, but this isn't the upside that I'm looking for. Okay. So for me, I'm seeing a lot of good signals. You know, even though we did have some selling earlier in the morning, um, to me, this is the type of trading session where we see a lot of this weight regained. So hopefully that's a better answer for everybody. Um, yes, we should have hedged this morning. It's something we will work on from now on. Um, it's something I don't think about too much with the 0DTs because I really stand by my entries. Um, but I understand where Sean's coming from, or you know, where Shane's coming from. So, you know, fully appreciate that. Because for me, it's like we could sit here and pull down from here all the way down to, you know, say this 215, and I would still be buying calls each and every single lower Bollinger move. And I have the ability to do that. Um, Someone with a small portfolio doesn't. You know, they don't have the ability to do that. And so it is very important that I keep that in mind. Even though my rules dictate that, yes, you buy the lower Bollinger every single entry, and you wait because usually those calls are going to pay out or, you know, end up even. We'll add an exception because, you know, obviously people do have smaller ports. They can't just keep adding to positions. So from now on, we will get a very out of the money hedge based on every single position we take. These are the Heiken Ashi candles. Um, I use them because they show very clear trends. Okay, and let's just hide the drawings for a second. But it's like today. Look at QQQ. Obviously, we were selling majority of the morning. Now, let's look at the standard candles. Okay. Yes, you see some selling, but it's like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. It's very hard to see a clear trend in here. Whereas you turn on Heiken Ashi, it's a super clear trend. You see very clearly selling, a little bit of buying, selling. Now we're starting to get buying again. Okay, back to the candles. This buying doesn't look super convincing yet either. It's hard to say that this is actually going to be an upside bounce based off of just these candles, where the Heiken Ashi is telling us, yeah, there's some actual momentum going into this. So I prefer the Heiken Ashi. Um, I like how they show the trends very clearly. It depends on where the 20 ma is at. So that's a very good question. And let's go to QQQ. And let's go to the drawings. So it's like when we had the entries, let me just go ahead and get this. When we had this entry and this entry, we were taking the 735 calls. Okay, because that's because our middle band was basically slightly above the 733. Uh, I believe it was in that 734 range still, if I remember correctly, which means that 735 strike was very good. When we started to enter down here, we talked about the 731 calls because obviously our 20 mile is continuing to pull downward, which means that we still have to target towards that. Now, the conditions of the day have changed a little bit. Um, However, that's how we focus on our strikes. Now, while we're at the 728, we have the lower Bollinger or the middle Bollinger at the 727. So does that mean we take 727 calls? No. If we pull down to the lower Bollinger, which would be at the basically that 725, then those 727 calls would be very, very ideal. Okay, because that's within the strike range of where the algorithms are for sure going to be trading. Now, am I still holding my 735 calls? Yes, I do believe a lot of this selling weight can be bought up today. Um, Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll see, but I'm continuing to hold those calls. I want to look back to NVIDIA here. NVIDIA building this handle on this cup like we talked about. From this cup's handle, we should be seeing a very large bounce to the upside, which again, we have pretty much nothing but liquidity above us. So really looking for NVIDIA to push today. Currently it's down almost 2%, but I expect it to basically end up almost green on the day. Not so much with semiconductors, just because we're down literally $10 um, since the open, but if NVIDIA decides to reclaim all that weight, then we can absolutely see semiconductors do the exact same thing. And we're seeing Micron, really trying to push upward. We do need to see it form a handle on this cup, but once that occurs, you know, could it reclaim a lot of this lost weight on the day? On the day? Yeah, absolutely. Would I buy? Hold on, let me drink something really quick. I'm holding my call still. Um, so the question was, would you continue to buy hypothetically if it kept dropping even to say 725, 720 exact, etc. It depends on what's going on with the HIG and the VVIX, but if our entries are there, I absolutely would continue to enter. Um, there's been days where, and again, last Thursday, very, very good example. My first entry on the SPY puts, which were heavily extended above the upper Bollinger, was around that 741, I want to say 741.20-ish range, something like that. Well, despite it pushed up a whole nother $4 above that. Um, Now for QQQ, we saw a little bit of that today, and hold on, I'm trying to get to QQQ. But anyway, with those SPY puts, they ended up being, literally my most profiting trade I've ever done. Even though it looked terrible, I had to sit through basically a whole $4 upside on those puts. Now, when those puts did give me that second entry, because it only gave me two entries on those puts there. Um, Unlike today where we've had looks like five entries into calls. Um, the puts on that day only gave me two entries. On the second entry, I entered a slightly higher put, so I believe I entered the 743, something like that. I don't remember exactly. But both sets of those puts were able to not only go green or, make cut even, but they went immensely green on the day. Okay. If we see our upside buying, then a lot of this call IV that is currently low is going to absolutely skyrocket. Once that IV skyrockets, the delta is going to start going up once our strikes start heading upward. Um, the theta is going to not burn so hard, and we should regain a majority of the weight on those calls, or even pull a profit. And the reason why, again, I'm holding the calls is because HIG is still holding very, very strong. Let's check NVIDIA. NVIDIA's, it did head downward, but it's been slowly buying upward, and it's giving us the price action that we're looking for. We've been looking for some of this reprieve. We're starting to see it. We're starting to see the bullish structure. So I really like our upside right now. I think these calls can absolutely regain the entirety of what's lost and potentially even profit. If you bought some NVIDIA calls, now it depends on where you bought the calls at and what strike they are. Again, strikes are super, super, super important. But again, on NVIDIA, what are we looking for? We're really looking for this selling gap to be closed, okay? Which means that essentially it'd be like that 214.82-ish range. Um, that would be the ideal exit. Micron still doing very well. QQQ has been slowly buying up. Remember, we did hit the low of, 725.44. We're actually not too far away from starting to head back upward on the day. If we can close this cup back up to the 730, basically 730.80 range, then we should see a small handle before closing a lot of this weight. So I'm holding my calls. People might say it's irresponsible. It's fine, but this is how my strategy works. Seeing the VVIX pull down massively. Okay, massively. And we talked about that. We talked about how if it's glued to the upper Bollinger for the majority of the session, what's likely to happen? The inverse reaction. Okay. We're seeing a lot of that out of, our semis, out of tech, out of SPY. We've been glued to this lower Bollinger for the majority of the session. So what comes from being glued to the lower Bollinger? Usually upside reprieve. Yep, they're still going to be down until we start pulling closer to the strike. Okay, so those calls are 100% going to be down until we start pulling closer towards the high of the day. Okay, and reclaiming a lot of this lost selling weight. And no, I don't think that's a gamble or a lotto. Um, I do see a lot of reason for us to close the selling gap on the day. NVIDIA is still forming that handle on that larger cup, so that's pretty much exactly what we're looking for. And basically looking for this to form a cup. So that's kind of essentially what we're looking for to happen here. I'm not going to average down until we push into the lower Bollinger. I've already averaged down in the 735s. I bought 735s right here, right here, right here, and or no, right here, and then I bought the 731s right here and right here. I'm fine with the positions that I have currently. If we pull down again, I'll add 727s. Um, but we're already in those positions. I don't want to continue adding to them, especially if we do not pull up. Okay. We're talking about as if this is going to be 100% odds of us pulling up. Um, we don't want to continue adding to these positions a whole lot more. We want to add to newer positions, um, because that's what the trade is currently giving us. If we get our upside buying like we expect, that's because it's just filling the gap, and these contracts will regain their weight as the strikes start coming back in. Okay, especially those 731s. Um, I have very little concern about those reclaiming their strike. It's mainly the 735s that I have a little concern about, but I think that once we get our upside buying, if anything, those will pull back to even. So, worst case scenario, I think that we played for the potential, didn't work out very well. We can at least cut even on those. What's the average on the 735s? Hold on, let me tell you. So 0.93, they're down, you know, immensely. So, and then the average on my 731s is 0.48. They're only down um, a few dollars each because the current price is at 0.42, almost 0.43. So those calls should pool in the money. Um, and once those calls pull in the money, it's pretty much going to cover the entirety of the losses because again with QQQ, it moves very hard and the contracts are worth a lot. Correct. The puts we are literally just holding and we will hold these all the way up till the top of this level basically. Okay. Because that's crash protection at this point. Um, but with those 731 calls, they will profit very, very greatly once we get our upside that we're expecting. Okay. And by, covering positions, I'm expecting those positions or those calls to run into the, three, four, $500 range. Okay. If not more. So we have a lot of upside if we can get this cup and handle forming throughout QQQ, semis, NVIDIA, blah, 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 blah. We should see those 731 calls do absolutely killer. Okay, and it'll make up for the mistakes of not hedging these earlier positions. Shane's absolutely right, and that's something we will be doing from now on. Don't have any of the 731 calls. Should I buy any? Unfortunately, not unless we push into the lower Bollinger. Now that we're starting to get the price action to the upside, um, you can add at the 20 ma. That's not something I fully advise, but I understand if you do. Okay. Um, Especially if we are seeing our bullish price action and we are going to be seeing the cup and handle breakout, then having a couple of those 731s, especially while they're cheap still, could be very, very useful. So let this pull down to the 20 ma. From there, that should be a somewhat okay entry. Now, we will hedge a put against that. So when we get to that level and we do discuss taking um the call there, then we will also hedge a put if you don't take puts at this upper Bollinger. Now, we have not hit this upper Bollinger yet, but once we hit this upper Bollinger, you absolutely should take a put to the downside. okay? Even if it's just to go down to the 20 mile here, but you should take a put down to that level, and that's also going to be a great call hedge for when we do buy those calls at the 20 mile to the upside. Yep, I'm still live. So Julian, hypothetically, if you have if you have $1,000 port, how much do you use for the 0DT trades? It's hard to say because for me, with my experience and everything, I would be completely comfortable just using the full amount. But it depends on the entries themselves, because with that type of port, you really only want to be entering about one contract at a time. Okay, and you don't want to be entering super expensive contracts. So ideally, you want to be spending maybe about $500 of that port. Yeah, the VVIX has just been absolutely dumping down. Sorry, my daughter's not feeling good. She's still got the flu. So if you hear screaming, I apologize. Um, but obviously you don't want to, burn your port. Okay. Um, but this is going to circle back to kind of what Shane said, where if we buy a cheap hedge, that's going to do you a lot of good. So, um, if we push into the upper Bollinger here on QQQ, we're actually going to set something up like that, where we get the put, and we are expecting to take some calls at this 20 ma, just because we expect this to be a cup and handle to the upside. So we will take the put, we will then take the call at the 20 ma, and with that position, that should probably cost you about 150 around there for both of those positions. And our upside, we're expecting multiple dollars to the upside. So, um, even though you might only have just one contract of each, that would still be a very, very solid trade. If you can't buy any more contracts, um, let's see. What contracts do you have, Dante? Starting to get this pull down in this handle. Yeah, I can look at Rigetti in just a second. I wanna I wanna give Dante his battle plans first. So do you have the 731 calls, Dante? And if so, how many do you have? I'll circle back once he answers. Let's go ahead and check Rigetti really quick though. Rigetti, Rigetti. So you said for Friday? Well, I don't like calls right now because currently we're in the daily upper Bollinger, which means usually that's put range. So calls for this Friday, I don't think are going to end up paying out, unfortunately. I would I would try to exit those fairly soon. Now our VVIX has still been pulling down very much on the day. This is a great signal for us. Our HIG slowly starting to buy back upward, which is also a very good signal for us. NVIDIA starting to get this bounce for this handle. And let's circle back to QQQ. We did not get the 20 mile on QQQ nor the upper Bollinger yet. We might just end up breaking out and pushing just because I'm seeing cups and handles everywhere. Volatility's pulling downward, Higgs pulling upward, Micron's pulling upward. So a lot of different signals telling us that very likely we should be seeing our upward breakout very, very soon here. You have three of the 731s. Okay, you're gonna be good then. So your 731s, you're gonna be riding with me a little bit, in terms of how we're gonna exit. But ideally, our exit is going to be a lot closer to where we opened at. Okay, we have a lot of room to move today, and we really want to allow our contracts to gain some weight. Okay, especially if the dealers are trying to buy up a lot of this selling weight of the morning. Um, so we're not worrying about the Bollinger Bands here. We're not worrying about the 20 mile here. Um, you're going to be just riding with me on this. So we're looking for the high of the day, or basically that opening value. Because we're seeing a lot of signals that are getting ready to push us there between the structures, between some of the indicators. I mean, look at our OBV, it's really starting to pop upward now. A lot of signals are telling us that we go green on the day. In terms of QQQ, SPY, even NVIDIA here. A lot of different signals telling us that we could buy a lot of this up. Hi, Bulls. Welcome to the stream. We're struggling a little bit, but that's because I am hard-headed and did not tell people to hedge, even though I took my entries when I always take my entries. Um, but Shane's right, and we're gonna start following, um, taking some of those hedges on some of those positions. Nope, don't sell the puts. I don't think NVIDIA has 0 DTs right now, but I haven't checked. If it does, I do think the 12 strike is super ideal. Um, all the liquidity is getting ready to tell us that we're moments away from pushing that level. Same with SPY here and a lot of different symbols. QQQ, same thing. We'll ride. We won't blow this horse up, don't worry. We're basically going to have a large gap up if we're going to be getting the price action that we're expecting, um, which I fully am expecting. I'm expecting the market to end up green on the day. Um, so I'm very patiently holding my positions. Yes, we're deviating from the technicals a little bit here, but I'm okay with doing that currently. With a lot of these breakout structures, the upside is really, really, really beginning to open up very large. We have our VVIX pulling down, just absolutely dumping. I believe our HIG is still buying upward, which it is. Um, Literally nothing but share buys that I'm seeing in the time and sales. Liquid has been buying upward. Nvidia's been bouncing like we talked about after it built that cup and handle. So I am really anticipating a large majority of the selling for today to be completely filled. Um, which is why we're holding the calls and why we're ignoring the technicals a little bit. It is torture. I do apologize. Today has been a little difficult, but that's because we didn't hedge these ranges. From now on, we will, and that'll make these days not so painful. Because even if we took a very cheap put hedge when we first bought the calls to the upside, those puts would have paid out immensely, 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 immensely. So that's something we'll start doing now. When you consider on the other side is consider bullish or bearish, which time frame are you referencing to? Um, so for the time frame, we're looking for the scalps within the 5 minute time frame, and we're looking for a lot of the price action within the 5 minute time frame. However, we can go through multiple different time frames. I could delete that. For example, on the hourly. What did our hourly show us today? It showed us that we were pushed very heavily underneath this lower Bollinger. Well, what happens when that happens? Okay, and literally just going to the hourly time frame. I'm gonna pull up some of the drawings here just because I want to show. This one, not so much. This one. And again, this is the hourly time frame. So being out of being under the lower Bollinger generally creates very, very large conditions for buying. Some of these buys are a little smaller. For example, right there, that's a very tiny buy. But some of these buys are literally massive. Okay, massive, massive, massive. And this is just going over, you know, the last few weeks basically. You can see how each time we push into the lower Bollinger very, very heavily like that, we generally have a very strong reaction to the upside. Okay, so this is why I've been so bullish today, rather than bearish, because the conditions to me are very, very perfect for seeing a massive bounce. This is exactly the type of price action I see when we do get massive bounces to the upside. Yeah, this hasn't been normal at all. The last two trading sessions have been very difficult. Usually our trading sessions are boom, 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 super easy. But yesterday and today has been absolutely brutal. But we are starting to get our upside bounce. Okay, Nvidia's starting to head to that 212 like we talked about. It's very, very good. QQQ starting to head back up towards that 730. My 731 calls are up 41%, which doesn't mean a whole lot right now. I expect these to move, again, multiple dollars into the upside each. And once we do start pulling above that 731 strike towards the 733, we will see a lot more, a lot more weight gained on the 735 calls. Yep, those two dojis are definitely giving us a little trouble. Nope, we're not going to be selling our hedge. Again, this hedge, we will allow it to burn because the upside is so massive. Okay. We want to make sure that we don't get burned and we don't get bull trapped. Okay. So there is a cup coming up here. Okay, and this is at the 730.82. Very likely from that cup we're going to see a little bit of downside. If you want to sell that hedge at that point, that's going to be an exit. Okay. But in the current moment, this is not the exit. Okay, but there will be a room, or there will be a spot to exit that put. Yeah, VVIX still just absolutely dumping. So I'm really anticipating the market to go green. In fact, SPY is literally about to go green any moment here. Semiconductors still have a little way to go, but I'm not too concerned about that. I do believe once Nvidia really starts pushing and Micron really starts pushing, that upside is going to be absolutely massive today. So we could have traded a little better. I'm not gonna lie about that, but overall, I'm still very confident in the upside today, and that's what I'm holding for. We talked about how about 50 minutes ago we said if we didn't see some solid price action within the next hour, we'd start cutting positions. Well, we're starting to see that price action. Okay, so we're not going to be cutting positions here. Um, this is looking very good to start pushing upward on the day. Once we start getting to the 731, that's really when our calls are going to start gaining weight again. Because remember, the IV is going to start picking up too once the markets turn green, which QQQ is almost green again. Um, SPY should actually be green like any second now. Yeah, we're only 8 cents away from it being green. So once the markets start going green, once we start getting the breakout, the IV on the calls are going to drastically increase because the gamma is going to increase. More people are going to be showing interest in those calls, and we should really be seeing some very quality upside from these positions, even if they're down currently quite a bit. It's just very hard because it's very hard to trade live in front of everybody because any mistake I make, others are going to make, and it's costly, it costs money. And like I said, over the last few days, this isn't a game. This isn't something we're playing around with. This is money. This is a big deal. Um, and because it's money and because it's a big deal, we have to treat it with the utmost respect. And that includes me. Especially as the streamer, I need to be really on top of what I'm doing and what I'm showing. So this kind of goes back to what Shane said. Um, we absolutely should have taken a hedge during those first call entries. Even if nobody's perfect, um, I still have to promote that. I still have to promote that we're going to have both sides prepared for. Okay, so that people aren't sitting here writing their ports down into oblivion. Okay, that's the worst situation ever. Um, that's not what I want people to do. But you know, Shane's absolutely right, and it's a little hard to think about sometimes because even though I've been streaming for probably about a month and a half now, something like that. Um, I was streaming before I broke my hand too a little bit, but so probably closer to about 3 months actually. Um, I'm still used to trading how I trade, and for me it's like I described earlier. Um, you know, QQQ could have been dropping another $3, $4 and I still would have been buying calls because that's how I trade. I take my call entries into the lower Bollinger. Um, but as the presenter, as the streamer, as someone saying that I'm teaching how to day trade, I need to be on top of making sure people hedge. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's my fault, and I do take responsibility for that. Um, but that's something we'll work on. I agree with that, Diana. Um, but also at the same time, it's sort of like imagine you're going scuba diving or something, and you have a teacher there who is an expert. They have thousands and thousands of hours underneath their belt of scuba diving, and they know all the rules and stuff. That's like them ignoring a rule, and one of the novices also ignoring that rule. Um, it's a little different for someone who has immense experience versus a novice. And I'm not trying to belittle people at all. Please don't misunderstand it as that. But the novice is going to follow what the expert's doing. If the expert leads them into danger, that's not on the novice. That's on the expert. Because the expert should have known about that. Um, so I 100% agree with Shane here. Um, it was my responsibility to tell people to hedge. Even if I saw the upside, doesn't matter. We still need to treat this very respectfully. And that includes, me understanding that people don't have the ability to sit here and add positions, add positions, add positions, add positions, potentially add positions, add positions, add positions. Um, so from now on, we will be working on that. Correct. I do focus immensely on buying weakness and selling strength. Um, that is exactly how my trading style is, but I still fully agree with Shane here. Um, absolutely, I need to start offering at least offering the hedge opinion. For example, when we were at this 731 and we took the calls, there's no reason why we couldn't have taken some 727 call or 727 puts. They would have been pretty much worth nothing to take at that point. Um, but they would have absolutely paid out, hundreds of dollars. So I agree, I absolutely agree with Shane. Um, whether it's your guys' responsibility to operate your portfolio or not, as the expert, I still need to offer the opportunity for you to understand that you need to hedge there. And that's true. I not only did stand my technicals, I stand by them still fully. Um, but I do need to offer people the opportunity to see the other side too, because there's people with smaller portfolios that don't have the ability to add to these positions and do stuff like that. Now remember, I'm going to be adding to the 731 calls here at this middle Bollinger. Middle Bollinger is currently at the 727.61. Okay, so we pull to the 727.82. I'm still looking for that 727.80 or 61 before we enter. Now, you should take a 725 put against that. Okay, the opportunity would have been really up here, but we did not push the upper Bollinger. So you kind of have to take what's called a strangle, which is basically two out of the money positions, and one will run in the money. That's the idea anyway. So once we get to this level, assuming we do, I will be taking some more of the 731 calls. If you can't add to your positions, it's entirely fine. Why is it not a part of my rules? Just because I haven't felt the need to use them within my rules. You know, usually within my technicals, I buy my entries and they will usually pay off or cut even. Um, that's just how they work. Um, so that's why I don't have that in the rules, but it's something we should start doing. The right opportunity to take the puts, and these would just be out of the money puts. You know, for example, the puts, if we open the calls here for that 735, these would be puts basically super, super out of the money, all the way down here. And that's just plunge protection. That's just, if we head down, you're covered. Okay. These puts would have been, I don't know the exact price, but maybe 20, $40 each, maybe give or take, which would have been super, super inexpensive to take against a couple of those calls. There's really no reason not to. Yep, still holding the calls, looking for the upside breakout. VVIX has pulled up a little bit. It was at that lower Bollinger, so that's expected. But we were expecting some handles on these cups, and you can actually see the cup right there, the handle, before continue pushing downward into hopefully new lows of the day for the volatility, which would, you know, bring us into new highs throughout the rest of the market. So at this range, this is very, very close to our 20 ma. It actually did hit the 20 ma, so I added two more of the 731 calls. I do see this head and shoulders you're talking about. I do think this is going to invalidate any any minute now, but we will see. Um, what we are looking for is for this to turn to a cup to the upside. Okay. We do have this smaller cup here. And again, at the top of a cup, and I do apologize for all the drawings on the screen, we do expect bearish structure. Okay, from that bearish structure, that's how we get our handle downward and how we get our breakout. So I like this. I think it looks very bullish, but we do need to see this head and shoulders become invalidated. Absolutely correct about that. We'll work tomorrow to have a little more structured of a day. So I do apologize for that, everybody, but probably didn't help trading when I felt so nauseous and everything. Expecting this to turn into a small inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute time frame. From that, that should be the breakout we need to create that cup. So I am looking for that. Let's take a look at our VVIX here. VVIX actually pulling back down again. It did pull all the way back up to the 89.80. It's back down to the 89.63. Trying to get back to the QQQ. Hold on, I'm blind. So again, looking for a bounce here on QQQ with this potentially smaller inverse head and shoulders. We will see if it breaks out. And I also want to see NVIDIA as well. Because NVIDIA, we're looking for a handle on this smaller cup here to continue pushing upward. Okay, so we're at the lower Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame. With it being at the lower Bollinger on 1 minute time frame, we are expecting it to start pulling back upward. So if that's the case, that would create the push back upward. Potentially we can pull all the way back to the 20-month, which is at the 210.63. Alright, sorry about that. My wife was talking to me. Anyway, 1 minute time frame, pushing into the lower Bollinger. Looks a little sketchy. We'll see if this fully breaks down or not. Let's go ahead and look at some of our other stuff. We'll see if Micron is going to continue breaking down. HIG did have a pretty large sell to the downside. It was all the way back up to the 8017. Pulled down quite a bit. Now this can be a cup and handle. Okay, it has not been invalidated yet, so we have to watch that closely. NVIDIA still looks fine as well. We talked about how once it hit that lower Bollinger, it creates the conditions to start pushing to the upside again. It could hit the 10 or the 210.63, which would be the 20 mo. QQQ pushing down pretty hard here, which is exactly why we didn't cut those puts. If we're going to be having a massive sell-off, then we want those puts going. Has not invalidated the cup just yet, but it does look very scary. Now, SPY has invalidated the cup. It does have this inverse cup to the downside here. QQQ still has not invalidated. Let's check semis. Semis still holding their cup and handle. VVIX is at the 89.80, so pulling up very slightly, but not massively. NVIDIA is starting to buy up a little bit, so potentially this was a shakeout, but we will see. Very scary shakeout if it is. We see within the OBV/ADL, we did have that pull down, but it is tapering. Trying to see if our cup gets invalidated or not. Watching this very closely for a bounce, because if we bounce this range, then the cup is still solid. If we pull down a little bit further, that's going to invalidate this cup, which will invalidate a lot of the bullish price action that we've been trying to, look for on the day. See NVIDIA here again. NVIDIA is still looking okay. And QQQ still has not invalidated our cup just yet. So If we could see it hold this level, that would be ideal. Same with semis here. Has not invalidated the bullish structure just yet. SPY is kind of the outlier. Oops. It's because of the IV. The IV has to pick up. More people have to be interested in those puts, which really means that dealers need to start buying those puts. I haven't been seeing that yet. Now, it's very hard to say if we're going to see a bounce here. But if we do push down into the lower Bollinger, then we are just going to target that 20 MA. And we'll focus some trades around the 20 MA and recoup some profit. But we really have to wait for that push downward if we're going to do that. VVIX is at the 89.89. SPY starting to buy back up. Very sketchy. Because it's starting to look like we're building support here. The HIG ever since that big sell down has been buying back upward as well. Let's check NVIDIA. And NVIDIA so far has been buying back up. The OBV looks really good. Even on SPY, the OBV looks really good, even though it did have that sell downward. Let's check QQQ. Make sure we didn't push downward. No. The OBV on QQQ looks really good, so we'll see if that was just a major shakeout slash stop loss hunt. If that was, then the dealers are definitely wanting to push up very high today. But still far too soon to say. If this bounces though, it's going to be a really strong bounce. NVIDIA's looking good. We just have to be careful that now that this inverse cup has closed, we can create a handle downward. So we have to now watch SPY for that. Even though the rest of the structures are still holding their bullish stance. This looks like it invalidated the cup, but it didn't. We did not pull down all the way. We only pulled down to there. Cup is still very valid. So if we see continued buying, especially on NVIDIA here, then things are going to be looking very positive. Yeah, I mean, to me, this looks like they were trying to stop loss hunt, but it's still a little too early to say that. Still just a little too early. Um, VVIX still pulling down, so that's a really good signal. We have semis pulling up since that pull down has non-validated the bullish structure. Let's check Micron. We see QQQ starting to bounce, which is good. I did take some of the 727 calls. I want to see Micron bouncing. That's going to be very important. And I want to see NVIDIA bouncing, because that's going to be very, very important. And for NVIDIA, I'd really like to see this cup invalidate any of this potential bearishness that we have going on in here. Okay, so I'm looking for that. That would be a very nice handle to this cup that was originally built. It's not this larger cup right here. It's this cup. This looks like a very quality handle to that. Okay. We just need to make sure that that's actually what's going on here. Semiconductors still heading upward. It's looking good. It'd be really nice not to get chopped up 2 days in a row. So if we can get our upside, that would be much appreciated. Oh, I tend to look at a bunch of different other things, and no, we're not selling those 727 puts. Do not sell those, okay? You're keeping those hedged, okay? It doesn't matter if those run to 0%. You keep those right now. Um, I mean, emphatically, do not sell those. Now, when I'm looking at the overall market, I look at the HIG because that's the high yield corporate credit. Okay, that's going to be, telling us that is the very top echelons of equity selling off, yes or no? I look at the VVIX because it monitors the actual volatility within the VIX futures. So basically only the biggest money uses that. So if there's upside in that, then that's telling us a lot. If there's downside in that, that's telling us that dealers aren't hedging or, ensuring their positions. I use SPY, SOX, and QQQ because that monitors the S&P, semiconductors, and tech. Those are the main three that I use, but I also like to look at some of the top companies. So I'll look at NVIDIA, I'll look at Microsoft, Apple, to really just get a picture of what's going on. Are we actually selling? Are we buying? Blah, 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 blah. Um, I want to know what the market's actually doing or not. And so far, NVIDIA's continuing to buy. So if we could see this cup close, that will be beyond ideal. That'll tell us that, you know, almost to a T, we're going to be getting the breakout. Okay. We would expect a very small handle from that and then breakout. So we do want to see this push, and we need to see it push all the way to the 1212 or 212.12 to fully invalidate any of this bearishness going on. Okay. But this upside bounce is looking very promising so far. The 727 calls are up quite a bit, but it doesn't really matter when we need to recover a lot of other weight on the day. Sorry if you can hear my daughter screaming. She's not having a good day. So if we can get our upside breakout, what I want to see is I want to see this invalidate this head and shoulders. Okay, I want to see all the way back up to the 729.56 Oracle looks terrible today. Nvidia is still looking very good. The HIG is still looking pretty good. So if we can get our upside level, if we can... Says my OBS disconnected. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah, we're basically looking for the upside retracement. Okay, good, good. Yeah, it doesn't help when my daughter also has severe autism, so not that I like to talk about it, but she doesn't understand things sometimes, so it's like when she's very sick, it's hard to explain to her what's going on. Um, so it can be a process. Yes, I do look at the higher time frame. One of the first things we did today was start looking at the hourly. Um, on NVIDIA, we were specifically looking, and I want to turn off the Bollingers and everything for a second. We were looking for this exact level where every time we push into the hourly lower Bollinger, we generally see a very large upside pop. Okay. Um, that's what we're expecting out of NVIDIA here. And we were seeing a lot of bullish structures throughout SPY, QQQ, a lot of different symbols. So that's why I was very just convicted with the calls today, um, and why I still am. I still fully believe that we're going to be seeing, very large upside on the day. We'll also see our VVIX getting absolutely hammered. Um, that's exactly what we want to see. That's telling us that, dealers are not hedging positions. We're seeing our corporate credit slowly buying upward. Yes, it's had a couple sells today, but from those selling, or from those ranges of selling, they have bought back upward. Now, Nvidia has completed this cup. Basically a few cents away. What did we get to in there? Yeah, it should complete that cup. So this is looking very, very promising. NVIDIA completing this cup here is telling us that this cup should complete on QQQ, which that would be a very large handle to this cup right here. Okay, and from that, we can really start expecting the major upside. Do want to look at NVIDIA just to make sure. Okay, yeah, it did hit the 1212, so that's perfect. Okay, now we're expecting a very small handle downward, and from that handle downward, build the liquidity to continue pushing upward. Um, Again, this upward push should cover a lot of this liquidity, up in this range. So we should see that reflected throughout the majority of the market once those ranges, get pushed. I do apologize that today hasn't been the best day though. last two trading sessions have been very, 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 very choppy and difficult, which isn't very standard for us. Usually we are already done with our day by now, with multiple great trades. Now, there were multiple great trades. We just decided to let's go to QQQ for a second. For example, there was basically a very small call range right there, which would have been a very good trade. I think some of you actually took that, I'm not sure. We talked about taking puts up here if we push the upper Bollinger, which didn't give us the full upper Bollinger, but it was very, very close. So those puts would have been a great trade. It's just, for my entries today, we've only had call entries. Um, that's the only range on QQQ that we've seen outside of the Bollinger is these calls right here. So it's a little difficult when the technicals aren't giving you the proper entries and exits. It does make it a little more difficult. But if we hedge those positions, as Shane stated earlier, then today would have been much, much different. But overall, I'm still anticipating the upside. Still looking for the upside bounce. So that should be good to go. Especially now that we close this cup, close this handle, and now with this nested cup, we're looking for a small handle to the upside. So even though the day has been fairly bearish, I am seeing the upside still looking for it quite a bit. I do want to see SPY break out of this larger head and shoulders too. So that's something I also want to see happen. So a lot of different things for us to look for right now. For semis, I want to see this cup closed all the way to the 563, which will invalidate, any potential bearishness going on. QQQ looking good to validate this cup and invalidate the rest of that bearish structure. So if we see continuation in that, that's going to be exactly what we're looking for. And let's go back to old NVIDIA. NVIDIA doing very well. We are expecting a small handle to the downside. I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna mute really quick just to take a drink. But I'm still here watching the market with everybody. NVIDIA continuing to break out here. Not exactly a bad thing. We do want to see QQQ breaking out and following suit. Same with semis. Our VVIX is back in the red. So it's at 89.47. So that's again a very bullish signal. On the 5-minute time frame, it's telling us it has quite a bit of room to the downside to go as well. SPY, we want to see continuation of this upside. We want to see this full downside invalidated. Okay. So we still have a whole nother $1.10 on SPY to do that with. QQQ building a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So I am looking for the breakout. Nvidia is still pushing up very, very well. But this is still a closed cup, okay? So from that cup top, we really should be anticipating a handle to form unless this is going to be the breakout of this handle right here, which it could be, okay? It absolutely could be. So we'll just continue watching that. The OBV/ADL looks super, super good. So that should be continuing to head up throughout the day. QQQ, the OBV, and ADL looks very solid as well. Semiconductors chopping a little bit, but let's take a look at Micron. Micron, I want to see this small cup and handle form, which will lead into a much larger cup. Which should give us a breakout, because again, we already have, excuse me, the larger cups formed on, Nvidia, QQQ, Micron. I mean, everything pretty much has this large cup formed on it. We have the handles formed, we just need the nested cups handles to fully break out. And we should be getting our upside price action that we're expecting. The SPY OBV looks super good even though we've sold a little bit today. So SPY should be running green very soon here. The HIG is doing very well with this cup and handle structure so far, and the OBV looks great. So a lot of different signals telling us that we really should be heading upward. The OBV/ADL is basically like a bank account. So when you're seeing this move downward, that means that money is being extracted out of that symbol. Okay. When you see it moving upward, that means money is being, basically deposited within that symbol. So people are buying into it. We want to see the OBV/ADL moving upward. We did see the major pull down this morning, but ever since then, we've been seeing tapering and pushing to the upside. SPY looking very good. Yeah, and a lot of this downside, at least to me, it feels very liquidity grab. Especially when we're seeing our volatility just continue to tank. It feels very liquidity grab for me. Continuing to see this upward structure within QQQ. I want to see it complete all the way to the 729.56. Micron completing this cup and handle. Not all the way, but we need to see this handle break out. So we're just waiting for a breakout. Preferably, I would like to see it happen within the next 20 minutes. At least completing this cup. Okay, because if we can complete this cup in the next 20 minutes, that gives us plenty of time to form a small handle downward and then push to the upside in a major way. Okay, because ideally, we're not here to just buy contracts that are getting chopped up to pieces. We want to be able to profit off of those contracts as well. I want to see this head and shoulders fully invalidated. Same with the SPY here. And same with QQQ. I usually play a whole bunch of different symbols at once. Today we're just focusing on QQQ, but usually I'll be trading Soxel, Soxs, TQQQ, SQQQ, SPY, QQQ. Sometimes I like to play Sox, but the contracts on those are weekly by inception, so I don't like those as much. Sometimes I'll play NVIDIA, but during these streams, over this week, we're just kind of focusing on one symbol at a time. Now, I am going to be streaming for probably about another 20 minutes. Usually I try to stay the entire session to wait for our breakout, but I do have to take care of my daughter, um, because my wife has an appointment to go to and in about an hour. Okay, so I'll be streaming the next 20 minutes. I will be around in chat, meeting in the Discord chat. You can also tag me on Weeble, that's fine, but I'll be happy to go over any questions or anything. But overall, I'm looking for the upside breakout. If we don't get the upside breakout, again, I really want to see this cup closed before I end the stream. Okay. I feel like that's going to be very important that we close this cup before I end the stream. So if we don't, we'll talk about it and kind of go over what we should be expecting. Oh, my Weeble crashed. One second, everybody. Hold on, let me go back to QQQ. HIG is still looking good, and we also just saw a share buy of 142, basically 143,000 shares. So that's very, very bullish. We're seeing NVIDIA starting to break out, even though they're forming this handle downward. We should see this curve into... Sorry, my settings are going to be all back to basic. We should be seeing this curve into a cup to the upside. QQQ on the 1 minute lower Bollinger, which does give the um, conditions to pull upward. So we are looking for this head and shoulders to be invalidated. And again, we want to see this cup close to the upside because that will be very important in determining if we're going to actually fully head up on the day or not. Because if we see this basically close this head and shoulders and then continue pulling downward, then that's just an inverse cup and handle. And that's telling us that we're going to head downward on the day. Which will be misleading because NVIDIA has worked very hard on this bullish structure for the entirety of the session. And we're already expecting a handle to form on this smaller cup. So that's what we're looking for. Same with Micron. We're looking for Micron to form bullish structure in this handle and continue upward because we already have filled this cup. So we are looking for a bounce overall. If we don't get it very soon, basically by the time I end stream, then we're going to probably be exiting a large portion of the calls. See if we can build some support on this 1 minute time frame. I do apologize that today was not a very clean day. I will make it up tomorrow. So at this point, with this lower Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame being pushed, we're just simply looking for an upward break. Now, a lot of different things are telling us we're going to get there. Our VVIX still pushing low, but we did have a slight pop upward. We were expecting that with some of these handles forming. As long as this doesn't continue heading upward, then that's going to be bullish for us. So if this can pull back down, then that'd be ideal. For SPY, again, we want to see this close a cup to the upside. We don't want this head and shoulders that's potentially forming here to continue taking us downward. Because if that's going to happen, then where are we going? Right back to the bottom. Okay, so we need to see a bounce here fairly soon. Okay, this might look like a head and shoulders, but this can also be a double bottom. Not that I'm trying to get my hopes up or anything, but just potentially that could be that. If it is a double bottom, then that's a very bullish signal. QQQ getting a little bit of a push upward. Again, we need to invalidate this head and shoulders here. So that's very, very, very important. NVIDIA hit close to the lower Bollinger on 1 minute time frame and looking like it's getting ready to bounce upward, which this upward bounce should give us, you know, that push to the upside. HIG just saw another massive share buy, so remember I said it had 143,000. There was also 129,000. So two very, very large share buys within the last, 2 to 3 minutes. Now, unless they're trying to sell calls to the downside, I would usually not expect that buying unless they're expecting some major upside. So day's not over yet. Again, we can get our upside bounce before I leave. especially with Nvidia really trying to push for it. Just next time we're gonna hedge those positions. I think that's just the safe option to do. We'll just hedge those positions and not worry about them. Because this is 2 days now in a row where we've had super, super, super heavy chop. Um, which is hard to deal with, and while people can say that I can't predict it or anything, um, that's true, but we still need to assume that that chop's going to happen and that this type of price action is going to happen. So from now on, we will be preparing for that. Okay, I'm going to rewrite the rules tonight, and we will talk about constantly hedging positions as well. Okay, so that is something we will work on each and every session from now on. So I do apologize if this session has been a little more difficult. It's sort of like yesterday how we had the breakout in the after hours. It just it grinds my gears. Whatever market maker is watching my stream needs to stop because you just need to give us our price action already. But besides that, yeah, the last two streams have been very, very, very difficult. But I think it's important that we talk about it and that it did happen because we will rewrite some of the rules to make them not so difficult. You know, we need to prepare for days like this as well. Not every single trading session is going to be like most of our streams where it's like win, 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 all within, an hour and a half. Unfortunately, some trading sessions are these super long chops, and we need to be prepared for it. Yeah, I do have a set of rules. I can actually pop them on the screen really quick if you want to take a screenshot. So I'll do that. Just a little quick warning to everybody. It is a very bright image, so don't get flashbanged. So 3, 2, 1. I will add to this a fifth rule where we hedge the position no matter when we take it. Um, so that will be in tomorrow's video, and then I'll update it on the Discord and everything. But go ahead and take a picture of this one for right now. Again, these rules, I have an extreme, extreme, extreme high consistency using these, even if today's giving us a little bit of issue. Starting to see this head and shoulders become invalidated here, which that's exactly what we want to see. This is really alluding to that breakout that we're all expecting. Micron is doing the same thing. And what about Nvidia? And Nvidia is doing the same thing. Okay, great. This is great. Great news, everybody. Yep, we have the invalidation right there of that. So now we just need to see this cup fully closed. Perfect, 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 perfect. This is actually looking very, very solid right now. Okay, for a major breakout. But I'm not gonna get hopes up just yet. But for me, this looks like rocket fuel. Um, so we'll see. I still think we're gonna be able to get out green today. Even though today's been a very, very difficult day. If you have some of those 731 calls, if you have any of the 727 calls, um, then those are going to run very hard if we get our upside move, which the market is heavily looting to. Excuse me, I can't talk. Um, Assuming we get our upside break, our upside today should basically turn the entire market green. So all of the selling we've seen this morning should truly be just liquidity that's being grabbed. Nvidia is looking very good. It's very close to the 713 range, which at that point it's just working on closing the very large cup, basically up to the high of the day. The high of the day is 214.14. I really expect it to be a lot closer to that 215. So we have a lot of room to go. Okay, we really do. Um, Especially with a lot of this structure continuing to invalidate a lot of this bearish structure. It's looking much better by the second. Okay, so should we be able to end the day green? I do believe so. I do believe everyone holding those calls should be able to make it out very well. Now, let's talk about the 735 calls. Will the 735 calls print at this point? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, because we're really looking for the 733. Um, for the 735 calls to print, we'd really have to start pushing well above that. Now, can we do that? Absolutely. Um, especially on retracement days. Retracement days can literally retrace the entire selling gap. Um, so it really depends on how hard the market wants to push here. Assuming, we do get our push. We see semiconductors, and semiconductors still have a whole $25 to the upside. Okay. I mean, if they decide to even go for half of that, then that's going to be incredibly bullish for our positions. We're starting to see further invalidation of some of these bearish structures. This right shoulder is pretty much gone, um, which is great. This is now a cup, a handle. From this handle, we expect a very small handle because that's a nested cup, which should take us again to the top of this 729.56. Okay. So our positions should do good. Okay, even though it's been an extremely difficult day. Um, I'm still looking to exit with profit today. As, you know, crazy as that might be. Yeah, and I'm just going to keep positioning for this upside breakout. It looks very good to me. Um, what price am I expecting SPY to reach on the upside? Well, if SPY can break a lot of this early selling that it's been dealing with, then you should really expect a lot closer to that 751. Okay, well, 751.44. We have a we have a cup formed here. We did have a cup formed here too, but I really do believe this was a liquidity grab. So even though it did invalidate this cup, um, technically we still have some like double bottom type liquidity. So this is still an okay bull structure. Okay. I think the worst case scenario would be to expect that 751.38. Um, Especially when we're starting to push up there right now. It looks super, super solid. We see our VVIX still just struggling to hold weight. QQQ building that cup and handle. Looking very solid. NVIDIA looking very solid. So yeah, everything's looking very solid, everybody. I know it's been a hard day, but I do believe that we're basically going to fill almost the entire selling to the upside, just based off of all the different signals we've been seeing. Now, I do want to check SPACs here for a second. So I do have some SPACs calls going, which I'm never gonna promote on my stream because that's beyond 90% of people's portfolios. It doesn't matter if you have a big portfolio, you really shouldn't be trading SPACs too much. I'm looking for the 750.30. Okay. Um, Now obviously we can push well above that, but this is the range I'm looking for. And for SPY, that should definitely get us in that 751.38. Now I am starting to set some orders or some conditional orders at some of these higher levels. Just because I am going to be watching my daughter. I do have to go pretty much right now. So if there is any quick final questions, now is a very ideal time. For QQQ, let's go ahead and take that 723.71. I mean, that's 732, excuse me, not 23. 732.71. Almost would have sold my contracts there. Have to be a little careful with that. So yeah, I'm looking for the upside, everybody. It looks good. I think we should hit it. If there's any questions, right now is the perfect moment. And I will be streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow we will go over things much, much safer. Um, I do apologize. Today I woke up pretty much throwing up, so I really shouldn't have been streaming today. So what I have my QQQ orders at, I'll write them down in chat. So I'll say CO for conditional order, and that's market conditional order, so we'll just call it a MCO. And 732.17. Did I say 17 or 71? Hold on. 71. Okay. Thank you, Remy. I appreciate it. I think we're going to recover a lot of that when. I really do. Do I ever look at the ES? Yes, I do. I watch the ES main very often. Now for my SPACs, I have my exit at the 721. Excuse me, 7. What did we say? 7. I think it was 732. No, that's QQQ. Let me go to SPY. 751.38. So I'm just writing all the orders. If you want to set some of those conditional orders, if you're expecting, the price action that I'm expecting. Now again, if we don't get this price action, you will have to navigate some of these contracts out. But I am fully expecting our price action to hit. Was there any other symbols anybody else wanted me to write the conditional orders on? Also, we're still seeing our VVIX pulling down. And we're still seeing our HIG buying. So kind of all the conditions are there to see our upside. We just need to break past this bearish structure, get us our handle to push upward, get the breakout to the 729.56, build an additional handle from there, and head upward. Okay. NVIDIA, I want to see NVIDIA really quick one last time before we end the stream. NVIDIA is building very, very bullish structure here. It looks really, really solid for this push to the upside. Okay, so we should be fully expecting that upside push very soon here. Let's check SPY. SPY seeing a little bit of downside. It has not invalidated the cup yet. So watch out for that. And I want to look at Micron. Micron has not invalidated the cup either. So if we see an upward bounce here, that's very, very likely going to take this full cup to the upside. It's the 732.71 is what I have the conditional order for. And it's for not all the calls, it's for 80%. Okay. But that way if we run all the way up to that 737 or whatever it was, we can catch some of that really, really major upside. We're seeing this cup and handle breakout. That's perfect. That's a perfect way to end the stream, because that's going to lead into this cup happening. So, okay, we should get our breakout, everybody. I do apologize that today's stream was a little difficult. Tomorrow I'll make it a little easier. Remember, I'll rewrite the rules to include some hedge positions, so that way, we don't have to sit through the chop so much and deal with some of this nonsense. So, I appreciate all of your time. Thank you. Remember, don't get emotional and don't cut out early. Okay, wait for our levels, because your strikes will gain value once they become in the money. Okay, it's very, very important you allow them to do that. Okay, have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. I appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to watch the stream, even though it's very hard to stream and trade at the same time. Um, Hopefully I can help teach some lessons, even if today was a very difficult day. Um, I care about you all very much, so I want us all to succeed. Um, and even if you do have some losses today, we will find a way to make them up. Okay? So tomorrow, let's come back with a level head. I'll try to feel better in the morning, and let's knock it out of the park. Thank you, everybody, and have a great day. Make sure you watch our levels. If you need to write them down, again, they're in chat. Go ahead and just take a notepad out and write those out for those conditional orders. Those are the levels I'm looking for. Thank you so much for the kind words, everybody. I appreciate it. You guys are really, really the best. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody, and let's get our push. Let me just end the stream, and then second I end the stream, just rock it off, right? So, good luck, everybody. I know we could do it. I'll talk to you all tomorrow morning.